I'm glad she announces that now. That way I know.
Makes it helpful.
Yeah.
We should change the voice to like a British accent so we can feel like we're on vacation.
That's what my phone does. No, I think Tyler did.
Technically, she's left seat, so that makes her pilot.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I like when I saw the thing come out, I'm like, Greg first. It should have been Mochi, then Greg. I'm just assisting you. All right, well,
What team?
who's ever leading, we can get started.
So I will start, and thank you for giving me an hour before the fun workshop today. So we talked about decommissioning plan for renewables for a while now. And I've been meeting with Greg to talk about the plan a little bit. And Greg's part is mainly on the forms of financial security. Because as I was doing my research and look at the county's current model decommissioning plan, I think every element in here is still valid. You know, they still talk about under what circumstance that we need to initiate this plan, the method of decommissioning of all those equipment on site, and how are we going to pay for it, or how the developers or the project owner is going to handle that. So as part of my review, I identified 3 areas that we might want to talk about. More research is needed after today's workshop, so I can get some directions about which way we need to go. And those 3 areas is, the first one is the scrap value, because for most of these projects in the past, the developers rely mainly on the scrap value as the source to remove the project, to decommission the project. When we adopted the resolution in 2008, we actually have a cap of 35% that they can use to count towards the total cost of decommissioning. So that's the percentage that we might want to revisit to see if that's appropriate for us to keep that at 35%, to lower it, or to go higher or without limit, or whichever you feel that's appropriate. The second item is the funding schedule, because right now for like the wind projects, for example, most of them have a 20 to 30 years expected life of the project. And so usually, and it's spelled out clearly in the decommissioning plan, the model decommissioning plan, that within the 5 to 7 years from the commercial operation, they will need to start their funding schedule to achieve the total cost of decommissioning at the end of the project. And so we do not, even though we have a decommissioning plan in place right now for all the operating wind projects in our county, aside from the one that is under the guarantee, they don't necessarily have a dollar or like any kind of money set aside that we are aware of, except for one project that we have an escrow account on. They are not required to start putting money in to achieve that goal until the 5th or the 7th anniversary from the commercial operation date. So that's something that we might also want to have a discussion on. And lastly, is on the forms of financial security. And that's where I get Greg to help me. Because right now we have 5 recognized forms of financial security. So they are performance bond, letter of credit, guarantee, escrow account, and project ownership by utility with rate collection authority. Currently for renewables, we have 7 operating wind projects in the county. All 7 of them have a decommissioning plan in place. we have one solar project is under construction. We have initially approved a decommissioning plan, but the forms of financial security have not been decided. And then we also have another solar project under review. So that one we, it's not even through the permitting process. So here is my introduction, and unless you have any questions to ask me on that, otherwise I'm gonna ask Greg to give us
Before we do that, I did have one before we move to Greg. As far as on their, as you said, we have one solar project that's under construction right now. Where's the teeth for us to, and we don't have a decommissioning, we don't have an approved decommissioning plan yet.
We have a initially approved decommissioning plan because the plan we have is follow the model decommissioning plan. So they follow everything there. The only thing that is still uncertain is the form of financial security.
Right.
And-
Okay, but
yeah.
my question is, do we have to approve, does this board have to approve what that form of security is prior to them being able to begin operations?
No,
So how do we ensure that, what if we have a disagreement, say, that
That
We
should have been in
want-
the initial Contract.
as far as the form of security, where the treasurer says, I want 10 gold bars that I can put in my vault upstairs, that is and they say, no, it's, they want to do something else, and so we're negotiating at that point. And what happens if we reach an impasse and they're like, no, we want to use these Enron bonds that we have, that I bought at a garage sale, and I'm obviously being facetious, but so that there is, because sometimes there is a, we have to both agree on it, and if we don't,
okay.
then where's RT if they can begin operations and continue, and it could be 5 years in and we have a dispute, what do we do about that?
I think there's an obligation that they require to fund to decommission the project. How they're going to fund the proposal. Right now, that's why we have this discussion, because we did identify 5 forms that the county would recognize and agree that would be okay in 2008.
And I'm assuming gold bars and Enron bonds are not on that list.
Yeah,
no,
we took them off. We took them off.
That being said, I guess after like 12 years, we do have some, concerns, and we want to make sure that we are doing our part to make sure to minimize the risk for the county to take on any kind of liabilities at the end of the project to the minimum. And that's why we are having this discussion.
So do you remember why we allowed the guarantees of the parent company back then?
I believe this template is, we follow what FSAC did at the time. So that's what I was told, is I was not a part of that development, or the development of the plan at the time. I was not with the county at the time, but that's what I was told as the history of how it come about as the decommissioning plan. Also, I think some of the older historic projects that end up didn't got built, we did talk about the decommissioning plan at the time, but the developers always rely on all the costs would come out from the scrap, 100%.
Of course they do.
And we found that it's probably not a good idea, because those prices frustrates, and we don't know what happened 20, 30 years later. And that's why the county at the time invest on doing all the research and hire professionals to help us to minimize, to have this more conservative approach to cap the scrap value at 35%.
So that scrap value may be one thing for wind turbines that have really a bunch of copper inside it and need the ability to move that footprint. solar project, scrap value may be a lot less. And I don't know what that number is, but that's kind of important to know, looking out 20 or 30 years versus, you know, the copper and all the wires going there.
Talking to the solar farms, their opinion of scrap value is actually way higher. Because they're not looking at scrap as in metal. They're saying in 30 years, this panel will only be 70% efficient. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna sell it to Zimbabwe. And Zimbabwe can have a 70% panel. And we're gonna make 80% of our value by selling it to Zimbabwe, and that's the scrap value.
That's no different than the other ones, the wind turbine guy saying there's a bunch of money there. So what they say.
I'm not agreeing in one iota with the solar company's statement. It's just that's with the multiple companies I've talked to about decommissioning and scrap value. It's not the scrap of the metal posts or any of the cabling. It's selling the used panel to a third world country that's still a value.
I don't know how many of the developers that are out in the field are aware that the state of Washington requires a manufacturer to take back and recycle their solar panels. Every solar panel has been sold in the state since 2017. Its application to utility scale projects only occurred with amendment of the statute in 2019. And so it's not played out. I talked to the lobbyists for Renewable Northwest, and he was saying his members are aware of it, but has that filtered down to the people on the ground, knowing that those solar panels, somebody is responsible for them, and is that sort of leaves, if you will, the pilings and the other stuff on site that hasn't got a subsequent owner.
Right, that is something that the pilings will have to address, but it's a matter of what is the worth of the solar panel in 30 years. Is the worth zero because we just give it back to the manufacturer and it's just a write-off, or is it worth 70% of its value because we sold it to some third world country, and then we take that dollar amount to pull the pilings out and get rid of those. That's what the solar companies are trying to say is what's going to happen. But you also don't know that a hailstorm doesn't come through and break every panel out there. What's the scrap value then? Not selling to a third world country. So
I did take a look at the only under construction solar projects. They did include like a decommissioning estimate as a part of their EIS. And I believe they actually count the solar panels, the pilings, the wire, anything related to the project. And it gave them a dollar value. And I did a calculation, and I believe the estimated cost with all those scrap, for the projects, right now under that estimate is going to be less than 35% based on the numbers. But of course that will change. But for right now, obviously, they wouldn't even meet the 35% that's stated in our plan. But that's only one project that I look at, but that's in our county.
Okay.
and was that, sorry, just to clarify, was that to get rid of the panels as well, or just the pilings and the cables?
Everything related to the project that they can use as scrap, because like you said, it's not just counting the metal. It could be anything that they can sell to recoup some of the cost.
Was your data used resale of value of the panels? Did you use that as part of your data?
That is actually something provided to us by the developer, and they have different categories on each items, and then they just gave an estimate value based on today's number and gave us a total of the cost.
But in that estimate on that one project, even their estimate is less than 35%, which is what is in our decommissioning. Our current, the model that we provide them. And so, so even under that scenario, they're going to, it doesn't meet, they're going to have to come up with more than 65% in other security besides the scrap
Because
value.
what happened is from, like say, the 5th anniversary, or months before the 5th anniversary, if that's when we decide. Oh, actually, for this project, it's 7th anniversary. They will need to decide on the forms of financial security, and at that time, we'll ask them to provide us an updated cost for decommissioning. And then we can base on those numbers and then decide on, whatever forms of financial security they chose to use, they still need to meet that dollar amount. Because they have a funding date maturity. So we know that we will have those dollars available. And then they will need to build a schedule around to meet that estimate.
Why, sorry if I can ask, as you're on the 5 to 7 year thing, when we have a building built or get a road built, they have to show a proof of bond before they get the contract, essentially. Why do we wait with energy companies 5 to 7 years? I mean, what happens in that first 5 to 7 years if something happens before they've even posted a bond?
Yeah, I don't know how those numbers got put in the model decommissioning plan, but I did look at some other plans that is available. And that seems to be a very common practice. And so I don't have a good response to that, but I think the risk for the project to not viable is usually really minimal at this point, because a lot of those projects probably won't get built if they don't have like a power purchase agreement in place or anything like that. And keep in mind, in addition to county's requirement, the landowner who has a lease, on the land, they also have, obligations. And I don't know the content of the lease agreement, but at a minimum, I know that will also need to be addressed. If anything happens, they have an obligation there as well.
And I would agree that very few of them fail in the first 5 to 7 years. But there are a few that were half built.
Right, and that's why I brought that up, because I wanted to make sure that we're still comfortable with the 5 to 7 years from the date of commercial operation. And if we want, we can definitely change that. They might need to start providing those dollars and decide on the form of financial security before they operate, or along those lines. That's why I said I need to do more research based on your directions that you're gonna give.
Well, I think you guys know my stance on this from the get-go was 5 to 7 years is way too long, and 35% is it needs to be a bigger retaining, less than 35%, but really it needs more. I think we need to be have more security in place.
Well, I will say I'm open to a discussion, but I'm also, the discussion is to be based on facts, not, the idea. I think there was some thought given to the 5 to 7 years because the level of risk is very minimal based on the facts that we know. If there's data that shows that there are significant risk or more risks in that 5 to 7 years, absolutely, I'm willing to do that. If it's 5 to 7, if it's less than that because I'm uncomfortable, that's not suitable enough for me. As far as the 35%, I think it is. I think because what we're talking about here, understanding that our past experiences with wind projects, the scrap values, and it's possible that they're different for solar than they are for wind. And I'm happy, as we said, we have one project that we have one example. Even the company has admitted their stuff that they have submitted. It doesn't even reach 35%. So I think that's, if it's like the wind projects, I will say they started when we first did, it's 100%, the scrap will pay for everything 30 years from now. And we ended up at 35% because that was a reasonable, based on the materials. Does that mean there is no risk associated with it? No, we don't. The 35% is still.
I'm not asking for no risk. I'm asking to help mitigate the risk.
Right. And that's why I said I'm open to that discussion, but I want it to be based on.
What was the percentage, if not the 35, what was the percentage you got from the solar company?
I look at all over the United States. So in the East Coast, a lot of those local jurisdictions.
No, as far as in our one,
You said
you said that
35
submit on
doesn't
the one
meet
project.
the minimum, what was theirs to meet the minimum at that, on that one?
So that, you mean, I'm sorry, so
Okay,
it's,
so you said with our 35% that we have in our resolution, when they submitted the information to you, that 35 was even
In their EIS.
not enough.
right,
What was the percent in number they gave you essentially when you did the math?
I think it's around 20%. And I would definitely ask for update, you know, because those numbers change.
Because that's originally what I was kind of thinking was 15 to 20% as opposed to 35. But I was also thinking of shortening the term. I don't know why 7 is there. 3 to 5 is a better number to me, but just off the top of my head where I'm at today.
In terms of looking forward with regards to solar panels, we currently
You
have
want that sheet, bring the
a
copies,
letter
or-
of credit guarantee,
If you
project
like it,
trust
don't worry.
account, and project ownership. Do you gentlemen feel that all 5 of these are still valid? Knowing the solar projects in California that went bankrupt a few years ago and how that turned out?
Actually, what I would wait to do is, why don't we, because we're, you know, we've been focused on the scrap and all that stuff. The other stuff is what I'm really interested in talking about, you know, as far as these, to
The
really
instruments.
understand the other,
And I have only really worked on the instrument side of
because
it.
I think that's,
I'm not
Really?
pushing the conversation along, but I'm pushing the conversation along.
yeah,
Yeah. No, that's fine. So I guess that's kind of where Mochi and I have worked together. So again, I wasn't here when this originally was put in play either. So Mochi and I have kind of done some history and kind of figured out where things are at and kind of noodled through some pieces of where things that we see. The current decommissioning plan has the 5, the 5 options. And I put in the memo, and really this is all information that everybody knows. It was just kind of to recap it and have a talking point kind of piece. But I did put in there currently which projects are using which item. So most of them are using the letter of guarantee, which is Bighorn, Juniper, Avangrid, Windy, Flats, and Cannon. And then the White Creek project is using the deposit of trust account, which we have at Wells Fargo, and they work through that accordingly. And then the other 3 projects, 3, the Pacific Core, Scapa, and Harvest Wind with the PUDs use the PUD rate collection authority part to it. So going through them top to bottom, performance bond, you know, purchase instrument, probably very secure, or more secure than where things are at, but it is costly. The letter of credit, again, costly. We currently don't have anybody using that. The parental guarantee, or it's called a guarantee. I think we call it a parental guarantee sometimes, but essentially that's them guaranteeing that their credit rating is it BBB minus? That it's a specific amount in the agreement. We haven't.
I gave my document.
We haven't been, that's one thing that Mochi and I have talked about is there's no real, once we get these set up, we aren't, you know, we don't go there's no requirement in the agreement to continue to get their credit rating or to do any, you know, I mean, that's the
the
one.
other
And
risk
what's
I
the
have,
hook
yeah.
on there? If that does or doesn't happen, that's something. And again, this is something that Mochi and I have kind of been working together on more and more. It kind of, I think, started in a planning session. I don't know what involvement Danny had previously to this. I don't have any notes in my
it
office.
says BAA3, big B, 2 little A's and a 3,
Okay,
which is, oh, it says BB minus.
yeah, they're
Standard
different.
and
One's
Poor's,
food, veg,
or
one's
the other standard
pours, and
pours,
one,
yeah,
yeah.
these
So-
are different, yeah.
Yeah, they all have, but yeah, they all have, so basically, essentially, they have submitted that at one point in time. There's nothing that says that they have to go back and redo that, or there's nothing in the agreement that is that way.
They
So,
have to keep a credit rating above whatever.
well, or that we're going invalid, I mean, we haven't, that's, I mean, like Mochi and I've talked about.
I would say technically, if their credit rating fell below that standard, it would not no longer, their guarantee
They
would be
in
no good,
default.
but how would, it would be a default, but how would we know? And
And
what
don't
would
have
we
no
do?
stick.
Well, and that would be those are the I agree. Those
Yeah, I
are
guess
great
then
questions. And those,
The first question before we go on to there, are any of these funding methods to you? I hate to use the word non-adequate, but not good enough, or we should X one of them out and not accept that one, and the rest of them are fine. Or you're the pro with that, so I'm gonna, if you think they're all good, I'm fine with them all being good.
I mean, I think there's some, I don't know. I mean, I think I'm more comfortable with some than others, like everybody is. I think my challenge is that I think, for example, I think the letter of guarantee is probably one of the weaker ones. But the key is, I think there's things we could do to make it a little more strong, or to put some more teeth into it or something that, you know what I'm saying? So that they still have that option, but there's some other piece to it. So to say that we should get rid of the letter of guarantee, for example, across the board, when we have the largest majority of projects that have that, you know, I don't know where that is, and I've kind of tried to become comfortable with that. I am somewhat uncomfortable with the letter of guarantee, but I think where I'm more uncomfortable, or where I get really out of my comfort zone, because I'm a treasurer, so I mean, cash is great to me. Put $1 million, or, you know, gold bars, or however you gotta want to say it. So for me, I go, okay, are we doing it every year? And to me, I don't think it should be us that should be required to have to get their credit rating. I think they should have the requirement to send it to us or provide us some kind of documentation or something, or every two, and it could be every two. I'm not
Whatever
saying,
that is, right?
I'm just saying there's nothing in here really. It's kind of a set it and forget it kind of infomercial, really, where, you know, we're doing it and we're leaving it. So that's kind of where my piece is. I don't know that it's a bad instrument, but I think it just needs some other parts.
My worry about that one, and I don't know, so I'm asking you to, hopefully you can make me feel better about it. The letter of guarantee from the parent company, the problem with the solar company is when they build a solar panel, or wind farm, do the same thing. That is not called Inver Energy, but it's some subsidiary that they set up, essentially an LLC just for that project, to shelter the parent company from
The risk.
the risk. So if that one fails, they're safe over here. What's that letter of guarantee really doing us? Because
But if the
just
letter
like
of
the
guarantee
bank-
is not coming from the LLC, it's coming from
That's
the
why
shelter.
I'm asking him if I'm wrong on that, and I'm not. I'm worried
Because
that we're
that's
not-
the common thing, and that's what I do want to talk about, because there's this common discussion going on about, oh, you build these, you put them up in a, you know, this LLC, they can go bankrupt and there's nothing to come after. It's like, well, it's not if I'm understanding it correctly, the shell company, the whatever, is not who's guaranteeing it. In fact, if we were relying on them for the guarantee, yes, that would be a problem, but the parent company's still on the hook. If they signed the guarantee, if the big thing that's being sheltered signed the guarantee, they're still on the hook. Just because these guys went bankrupt doesn't matter.
I would agree with that, and I would say that this whole LLC thing is pretty common, whether it's wind projects or anything else.
Right,
That's the
right,
whole thing.
right.
So that's the deal. But you still have that risk, I think, of that Enron being the backing company, and everybody would have said, hey, that's a great deal, and then
Oh, I
pretty
do.
soon it went away. So I think that, yes, there is some more security than the LLC company that's developing the project per se. But I'll be honest, I have not, I mean, I kind of got this when I came into office, so I have the sheet that says these are the ones that there. I haven't went and pulled their credit rating, and that's something that after this, that's kind of what I've told Mochi. How much work do we put into this to bring, where's the conversation headed, and what are the pieces? And I think that was kind of the one gauge I was hoping to get today. Is
Can we even change one of these that are already here? and
That's a-
sign on
I
that
don't-
contract. I mean, we can't go say, hey, by the way, now you have to do this every.
I
2
don't know
years.
that you could do that for some of the ones that are existing,
No,
but I
we just have to
definitely
go
think that
forward.
we can look at it going forward.
Right.
And I think that, you know, I mean, some, like the White Creek project, I think went into commission in 2007 or somewhere in there. So it's been in quite some time ago. And so, you know, as we learn, but anyway, Jake.
How does it work when these companies or these LLCs, you know, it's a wholly owned subsidiary, but they may sell it to someone else? And so you've got this guarantee backing it, but that wholly owned subsidiary gets sold to
And
another.
that's, I don't think that's another concern. Like, let's say that the LLC, I mean, you know, if you look through some documents and if you take like the land, sometimes you get back to where it's the name of whatever the place was, then that's been sold through, but the permit and all the other pieces stay with the name of that organization. And the parent company can go away. That's not being addressed in here really at the time. And so I guess that's a valid question. I think those are some of the things that Motion Act talked about, like, it's listed in here as an item. I don't know that it is, and my question is whether I think it was added in here, whether people realize that that would be everybody's preferred method. I would think they would, because it's the least cost to them. So obviously developers are going to take the least cost way, but, and not that that's a bad thing. We're all looking for, I mean, not, you know, but I don't know that the thought in the very beginning, but again, I wasn't here back then, so I don't really know. So I'm looking at it today as we have these 7 agreements and we're getting ready to have more. My question is, I would agree. Can we change this going forward? How do we do that? And I think that's the legislative body's position. And my position is just to kind of really kind of say, okay, these are the ones that are there. These are the things or the concerns. You know, for example, here's one of the concerns I have. So if you go through, and I don't know how they got to the BBB, the ratings, but if you go through, first of all, I, as a treasurer, up until I can't remember, in 2019, I believe, they actually finally allowed the treasurers to invest in corporate paper. Otherwise, it had to be government security, very high level, very secure, and corporate paper at the level that they're saying is pretty high level as well. And so, but their requirement is it has to have the highest Moody's, Fitch, S&P rating that's out there in order for me as the treasurer to have that as an investment, you know, method, which we wouldn't do in our county. I mean, some counties do different things and have different pieces. That's probably not a tool we're going to keep in our toolbox. There's other tools, I think, but this bond or this credit rating is lower than what we can invest in. So the question that I kind of, and again, it's just how I get comfortable with it. And it's a discussion, I guess, for everybody. How do we have a number that's below? And that would be, I haven't really ever talked to anybody who's an expert in these financial instruments. I've talked to some folks, you know, I've talked to Mr. Cannell about different things and, you know, kind of what's legal, what do we have and how does it work? But basically those are some thoughts I have, you know, where is that? I think doesn't define what to do ongoing. There's I mean, everybody's credit rating changes, you know, however often. So, I mean, I think even if we modified it to where, okay, we have to get them every 2 years, or we have to get some kind of something and it's their responsibility to get it to us, whether we change things up or down, but we're monitoring that. I mean, that would be great. We go through, when you look at, not to get off of the guarantee one, but if you get down to the White Creek one, which is the deposit of trust account, there's a trust account with X number of dollars in it that sits in there. That's, you know, that's pretty secure. I mean, we have dollars that are there. I have used at other times in other places the letter of credit option that's on here. That was very secure for the company that was needing the security. So that was as long as it's drawn on a reputable bank. You know, so
Banks fail.
Right,
Yeah.
well, it's the same deal. We should go back and look at it, or they should have to go back and look at it every so many years. Because they can be reputable big time today, and 5 years from now be a penny stock.
Well, and I think that the piece says from a banking perspective, I think when you start looking at the state of Washington, there is the state treasurer has a list of allowable banks on there, and we use it, and we have to go through and make sure that our cash is in one of those banks. I think that we would, and Wells Fargo is on that list, but this here should, I think that we could add with it.
I'm aware of a bank that's not far from here that used to have a different name on it.
Right.
People had a lot of resources in that were paying really high returns, and wow, this was the best thing ever. That bank's not around anymore. So
I do think we should be putting something in the contract that they have to reaffirm or upgrade if they fall below a certain standard.
So I guess from my perspective, what I would like to walk away with is I mean, I want to go put the work in, but I don't want to bring it back and then everybody say, okay, well, we can't do anything. I mean, can we change it? Can we do this? Where are we at? You know, I think that the pieces, I think the things that we're all concerned about are similar. You know, just monitoring it. We need to have some way of monitoring it. There needs to be, I mean, we should get their credit.
Well, again, I'm trying to go back to the teeth part. So say we have, and I don't think we can modify anything with existing equipment.
I would
but
agree with
going-
that.
But going forward. So if we keep, we're gonna modify the standard that we're gonna use, or the maximum for scrap value, and so we're gonna need, so that really the security instruments are gonna actually be more important now than they were with the earlier projects. And so we say, yeah, you gotta have this credit rating, and then you're gonna report it to us every 2 years. If you fall below that, is it possible to tie their operating permit to that? Because I want to have something, because if I'm a utility, and because if I'm the parent company, it's like big deal, I don't care. So our credit rating, what are you going to do to me? The power is still flowing, there's nothing for you to do. Is there a way to tie their operations where, just to have some teeth, to say you got to get this fixed within a period of time, or your permit to actually operate is revoked because you are in default of your agreement?
And that would be
That's
that would
why
be
I'm
a
actually-
mochi thing.
If that's even a possibility for us, because that's really, governments are generally, our teeth are in those permits, that's what we have to leverage. Because that, to me, if I'm a utility, that's where the real rubber's gonna meet the road, because now you're into my business where, because if it's illegal for me to sell power, I can't make any money, I'm gonna have to get this fixed.
Right.
And again, I hope, and so far, we have, a dozen years of experience, we haven't had any problems with our current agreements. Everything has worked fine. And I, trust but verify, and, plan for the worst, hope for the best. And for the most part, I don't think we can necessarily have a plan that we're assuming that every single new project is going to fail in the first 3 years. And we have to protect ourselves towards, I think that is an unrealistic standard. This is, but I think we should, I guess, be somewhat prepared for that. So there was a question in there.
So I think first, to answer Commissioner Anderson's questions, is about what if the LLC being sold to another company, another entity? What is going to happen? So in our permitting conditions of approval, we already have a condition stating that if they're going to transfer the ownership, they will need to get county's approval, like planning department's approval. And that happened before. And so what would happen is that we will look at everything and we would ask the buyer to sign something, acknowledge that they are aware of all the permit conditions, and they are now responsible for all conditions, including the decommissioning, the financial part of it. And so that's how we handle it in the past for at least 2 or 3 wind projects. So that's how.
Would they need to put another, so they sign off that, yeah, we accept that. Would they need to sign off another thing with their parent company to make sure it has the right Moody's rating on file?
They would, but those field happens to be using the utility company.
So it doesn't pertain to them, but if it was somebody else that was using this, they would have to.
If it was one of the companies that was using the Bighorn, Juniper, Abbott Grid, Windy Flats, or Canon, I would think that the board, before they approved the
Right, we would have to have a
transition,
new
you guys would want to see that
Right.
in form of security,
Oh,
and that would be the piece of how that would work, I would think.
Well, and I would think just because I'm selling the parent company, the guarantee didn't go away. Unless it's, that's part of the deal.
And you have to think that.
Like if I co-sign for whatever, and then whatever the thing that they sold it to, I'm still on unless I am signed off of it. So it's not like that. Otherwise, that would be how you would get out of it all the time. It'd be like, oh, I'll guarantee for this. Then we'll sell the LLC to the new blah, blah, blah. And now I don't have a guarantee. I'm not on the hook anymore. No, you're always going to be on the hook until you're either released and either we release you or somebody else steps in that's acceptable to us to take that, the guarantee is still, somebody has to guarantee. It's not somebody like, well, somebody, it's like you're on the hook until you're released or somebody else takes it from you.
So I guess my direction on this is that if somebody is going to sell it and the new company is going to take on the decommissioning, they're going to be buying this at a discount, right? Because it's so far into it. At that time, when we go through that and it needs county sign off, this new company is going to have to deal with any new decommissioning requirements that we've set forth. And if you want to buy this project, you're going to have to buy into this decommissioning. You can discount the rate or figure out how you're going to do it, but that would be the time, because we can't go in there and require them to do something different now. We've already agreed to it.
Right, but I think if you're gonna do that, that wording would have to be in the contract.
Well, in the new one.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
And then right now, model decommissioning plan, we do talk about plan update and, in the page 6 of the plan, if you have that in front of you, we did talk about if there's any change, then the county can request them to provide, another form because they don't meet those requirements. I do have 7 operating wind projects, a lot of those that we asked them to send in like an annual report showing the scrap value, what that is now and what ratings they're in. So I do have at least a couple companies sending me annual report every year to show that they're still in compliance. I can certainly, follow up with the rest of it and request them to send that to me. It's not something that Greg or I should go out and verify those information. Those should be information that they provide to the county. And even under the current plan, because the decommissioning plan is the conditions of approval that include the forms of financial security. And so if they are not meeting those standards, then the plan is void. So they're not operating in
So you answered
compliance.
my question.
So
Then-
But then what happens if they're
not?
not operating in compliance? Then what happens?
Yeah.
Do you pull the plug to Bonneville, or how does that work?
No, I would assume it'd be like any other thing. It's like, then it becomes a compliance issue and we would have whatever legal remedies we have. Our new code compliance officer.
And I think that's such a big financial.
And again, this is all speculative, everything.
Yeah.
This, there are folks, that are, again, we've had no problems. Everything is operating as it's supposed to. We've had no concerns about losing our securities or
And I'm not here to, just for clarification, I'm not here to say I'm concerned. It's just my job. I guess I feel as the treasurer that I want to make sure that we're protecting the citizens of the county. That's probably
My
the way I look
thing
at it.
is not to say that any previous board failed on a decommissioning or this document is old and expired because it's 2008. It's every so often, you probably should relook at your stuff with new ideas and new history behind you to see if there's any ways that you can make it a little bit better. So if we can go over this and make it a little bit better and throw a few more safeguards in there to protect our residents, why wouldn't we?
Right. And I do think that if going back to the one that is a cash, the White Creek one that's at Wells Fargo, I would assume that if there was a change in the percentages or however, that they wouldn't be, because they are on an existing agreement, so that they would, their amount would stay per the 65-35 amount that they stayed until, something, whatever. But that, that would impact one person on here, that amount, that the percentage, because their reserve amount is using that calculation of the 65-35. Just, that's the only thing that would impact this. The rest of it, I don't think would.
Right, and I'm cautiously worried about the solar or the windmill companies going defunct and leaving us with a cleanup or what have you. But when it comes down to it, that's a pole occupying 20 square feet of land. We're now talking about things taking hundreds of acres. I think we need to do our due diligence for that.
So where do we, where do we go to from here with different, is there any other questions, I guess, or anything that we would want to, I mean, should Mochi and I work on maybe adding some language into the guarantee? And can that happen that just says maybe that they have to provide that to us every other year or something like that? Or is there?
How often do you feel comfortable with that? Every other year, every 5 years? I mean,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the answer. I mean, somebody, I don't know.
there's always a risk, because if you go
Yes.
5 years, they can have a credit.
I
rating
think
too,
making them
but-
do it every year is a little excessive because these are long-standing 30-year projects. I would think, I'm kind of talking out of turn here possibly, but I do think every 2 to 5 years somewhere in there, maybe
Right.
3 is a good number. But I do think that's the one thing with the performance guarantee piece that I think makes me uneasy, is that we've just done it and we haven't really looked at it again or revisited it, or there's no way to say, okay, if you're not in compliance with this, then you need to go in and you
Pick
now.
one of these other four.
Yeah, and once you get off, you don't get, it's kind of like in the treasurer's office. You write us 2 bad checks, then you go on to cash only. I mean, that's
And
really
that's what
how
we
it
need to
works.
do. So if you have it in the wordage that if you fail option B, have to use one of the other options to secure your.
And if we work that language up, can that be put into the new agreements, or how would that work? Or where does that go to from here, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, I would totally, I support that. I think we do need, every couple of years, every couple, 3 years, and it really is, because part of it is how do we can't even start ensuring compliance if we're not actually getting any information. So if I never gather it, how can I then come back and say, oh, well, I don't know how long you've been out of compliance? Because technically the clock wouldn't start as far as a default or a condition of approval until there was documentation. Because I don't know if that happened last week or it actually happened 10 years ago, because I have no data on that. So I think that way, at least we're taking snapshots of points in time.
Right.
And, most of these guarantee companies are not Enron.
Well, no,
These are big, solid companies but even big, solid companies.
or we could add
Go
a
back.
piece in there.
Like
I mean,
Friday.
yeah,
That's it.
they
That's
do know, most large companies do know when their credit rating is going to go up or down. I mean, they do a press release for that. So the other thing that we could do is we could say, if you believe that we would like it every 3 years, or if you believe
Right.
that it's going to
Right.
drop below AAA B or triple B minus, or
Right.
whichever in which one, that you're required to notify us within 30 days of that occurrence or
Right.
something like that.
And I don't care if you say 2 years, 3 years, no.
Because our thing is, we're assuming, and again, I mean, and I think we've had good track record, but I do think there is some difference in solar versus wind. And I'm not trying to say that I'm on either side of the fence or whichever. I do think they have a different decommissioning, but I'm only worried about the security part of that. Mochi really is kind of in charge of all the other pieces, and then just tells me what this 65% number is, or 80% number, or whatever, and then we try to secure the county, or lower our risk. I mean, it's essentially just a game of hot potato, and who wants to hold on to the potato at the end.
It's risk mitigation, and that's all we're doing. Yeah, I'm fine with everything you said. We still have to figure out what she's doing.
We need to talk about the scrap percentage, the scrap value percentage. I can look at other examples in the state to come back with a number if you like. And then the funding schedule. Do you want to maintain the 5th to 7th, or do you want me to try to find out why we pick those numbers? To provide some more factual information for you to make a decision on.
My worry is if you're looking at other decommissioning and other scrap values and other 5 to 7 years, is I would guess that most of those numbers came from the developers, and I would even go so far to say most counties probably use the exact same numbers, because that's what came from the developers. So I don't mind if you look, but it doesn't necessarily would it change my mind that we need to lower the term and not the scrap percentage.
Well, I would say let's give them as far as, yeah, because again, when we were putting this together originally with the wind, the industry came in with 100%. And they were trying, but it was like, they really had no data to support that. And so that's how we ended up at 35%.
Why did this change in 08? What was the number before that?
There wasn't. That's when it was, because we started.
Nothing before 08 had a decommissioning plan?
The decommissioning, it was, if I'm, I've only been here since 07. So, but I think we were in the it hadn't been developed. It was contemplated and there needed to be one.
So
This was the formalization.
First decommissioning plan and the only one we've had.
Yes, I believe so. Formal decommissioning plan.
Formal.
So they committed to that there had to be a decommissioning plan, and that was when it got hammered out as to what is a decommissioning plan. And that's what that is the decommissioning plan that we came up with. So I don't know, as far, again, that was a discussion with the wind industry and the wind, and we need to have the same discussion with the solar. It's like, what's your number and why, and show us some data as to why.
But that brings up another question. When we do it, should it be a solar decommissioning plan and this be reworded to a wind decommissioning plan? Do you want two different ones?
Well, I'm wondering about that because this is our plan,
This is your.
but it is, if
plan.
we're agreeing, if we are accepting that they perhaps are different between a solar decommissioning and a wind decommissioning, then it seems like we do need to have different criteria for the two.
If they're different.
If they're different, I don't know.
And I don't know the
I don't
answer to
either.
that either.
And that's
Mine
what
would
we
be
would
on
need to
assumption.
decide.
Right.
That's
No
a big
fact.
assumption.
Mr. Jake, what you thinking?
I'm thinking most of these projects are going to be repowered over and over again. I think that, after 25 years, they'll probably pull the panels off and ship them to China or recycle them or something and put new panels on there, so long as everything still works. I don't see that changing anytime soon. I'm not super worried about this.
Right.
About the only thing I would be worried about is going into a depression and then having a hailstorm come over one of these, things, these solar projects, that, a massive hailstorm. That's about the only fear that I have during a situation like that. And I think that because of that, we need to protect ourselves. They're putting these things all over the United States in the path of hurricanes and everything else. There are good decommissioning situations all over. There's plans all over. The 5-7 year, I think that was because if you go bankrupt and you stop producing power because you lose your purchase and power agreement after 5 years, you're still sitting on a huge asset that if we then foreclosed on and we sold, we would be more than able to make money on.
The only part of that I would question is whether they're putting solar panels on in 30 years and whether our technology stays where it is today, or in 30 years from now, we look back at today thinking we're the Stone Age. Because now they have hydrogen production and solar is a thing of the past. So to think that solar is going to be the fresh, clean thing in 30 years, I think we have 2 or 3 different energy sources other than solar.
Well, until you figure out, fusion, I think this is going to be the way of the future. So, and that's what's going to get pushed. And with that being said, though, I definitely believe in making sure that the county is protected. And that's why I asked the question about the guarantee, because I think that if you look at, when industrial scale solar first came around and the markets dropped out and a lot of these companies went bankrupt halfway in the middle of building their projects in California, that's usually when I fear it the most. This is a half-built project than a completed project, personally.
Yeah, I will.
I would agree with that.
I mean, and I would agree with Commissioner Anderson on that. I think there's such an enormous investment in infrastructure beyond that those sites have value for whatever, for lots of things. as far as because of the support, all that stuff that has to get built to get power out
Well, you
and
know,
onto
just,
the grid and on that, it's that, all of that, there is always going to be value there. And whether it's, you could, I mean, I don't know, I'm just speculating that you end up with fuel cells or whatever, what a perfect place to park one of those is where you've already got all the infrastructure's already built and you pull the panels out and you park these things, you build hydrogen, whatever. There's all these kinds of things. The idea that they're going to become these wastelands of, there's just too much of an investment in there. I just don't see that as, I don't have a lot of concern about that, I guess, as far as I want adequate security that protects the county against eventualities. I think you cannot plan for, the apocalypse. You just can't. It's too expensive. You can't do it. If I have to put if I build a new building that costs $20 million and I have to plan on its eventual replacement and I have to put its replacement 80 years from now into a fund today that will be there for 80 years from now, that's unreasonable to me. But I should be thinking, what's the useful life of it? What am I going to have to do? And
Insurance plan.
Exactly. You buy insurance, you do all these different things, and
you mitigate.
you mitigate your risk to an acceptable level.
That's
And that's what we're looking for. So that doesn't mean none.
Absolutely doesn't mean that.
And it also doesn't mean everything's going to be great and sunny and we don't have to do anything. Somewhere in between. So what do you need from us?
What would you like me to do? 35% of this ticket.
Do some more research, come back to us, looking at specifically with solar, what we're
Yeah.
thinking that percentage should be. If we have to make an addendum to this and say that wind is 35% because the
Right.
extra copper versus solar that has much less copper and the prices, and we need to go drop it down to 25%, that's totally fine with me.
Yeah. I think
And we were talking about two different agreements, and this may not, but it would be nice to own, if we could have either if it was wind and solar, because the pieces for the financing
are the same.
same.
Right.
So if we could have it to where, like Jake said,
I think I
or
like the
however,
addendum
where,
idea.
where it's identified for the type of energy, that would be great. So,
Yeah.
because sometimes there's too many places and you're like, God, is it here? Is it
Well,
here?
and that makes total sense,
No,
because
yeah.
even if you're changing the 5 to 7 year, it could be 5 to 7 year for wind and 4 to 5 year for solar, if you were gonna do
Right.
it. So that can be in there in the same document as well.
Yeah, I like the
So
addendum. Last word from the.
can you also check with everybody else?
That's
Check
good.
the
That
percentage,
sounds logical to me.
make sure everybody else is 5 to 7, or see if anybody's a lesser term than that.
Although I guess one thing we want to get a good understanding of that statute on recycling.
I did, that was the only thing I was gonna suggest is we look at the recycle versus because that may play out, be different in Washington than it would be in others. If I'm reusing them somewhere else to I'm selling them into,
You're not recycling.
is that
is recycling.
recycling or not? And I think we
So
need some
my
clarity
question
around
on what Dave said was Washington panel makers have to take back their Washington.
No, it's any panel sold into Washington, no matter where it's manufactured.
Is that
If
even
I'm correct.
include corporate? Or is that only private solar panels on people's houses?
It was amended, it's everything.
There too.
It includes, it does include utility scale projects. The way they've got it is.
Starts
is
with-
that
Whoever, I
I
know it wasn't me.
I know it
Get out
wasn't
on
you.
me.
You could guess who it is with.
It applies to those projects that are connected to the grid. It's one of the things that says it applies to.
So I guess if it was a corporate.
So where are they
standalone,
turning it? If they're buying a panel, I know.
Yeah.
And they're bringing it here. Who's responsible to
Whoever puts it up here is required to recycle it when they shoot it.
I'd like to go.
Annual manufacturers.
I have good notes, and I think I've got.
even if And the manufacturers of ice.
in Idaho, just be able to do business or China, to be able to do business, you're gonna have.
But I'm sure that's what
There was a big, long discussion with the legislature.
I didn't, I knew they were talking about it. I just didn't think it.
You send me the calendar.
I think boy, do I need to. The audience is changing. What happened?
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Oh, not yet.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Nobody's grabbing donuts.
I'm gonna have one. I just didn't want to have one on the first go round.
There's those napkins too, but we might run out of napkins.
I used yesterday's mask.
Go get yourself a donut.
No, I had breakfast at Betty's this morning. At
Oh.
6
Does
a.m.
anybody want a donut? Start off the day. How about cookie?
I don't know if they want them, but that doesn't mean we should.
And the
That was
first-
something.
That's most of the fun.
Somebody's gonna start it off.
You got the little side table over there.
And nobody's trying to.
Are these special
I'm eating
cookies?
free, so.
Special brownies?
Careful.
I trust you.
Down there. Can't use our place.
Let's say come apart.
Show your rent, Rob.
There's tons of time that-
There's one, another one right there. I'll take the other one.
Starting already.
Use my battery.
Shift gears from our previous.
Decommissioning plan for some of these departments.
Yeah, mostly me. My scrap value is definitely less than 35%.
I was gonna say, give me 35. I'll take the, I'll sell myself for scrap right here.
Yes.
You guys have this
Mhm.
packet on your desk, there are notes in there,
Yep.
and, as well as a pie chart and for the general fund. Pie chart, it's, budgeted expenditures versus 2020 budgeted expenditures versus the 2020 actual revenues. There's also the chart on the table.
That's not in order.
They're in reverse order. No,
Yeah, sheriff's almost.
almost.
Alphabet.
That was a long time.
Yeah, oh no, that's fun. Believe me. Yeah, she was up making cookies.
No, wait, see how many people bring cookies. I have my hopes up.
All right, well, good morning all. We will get started to our first budget workshop of the season in September. I'm excited. Yeah. Okay. I'm looking beyond you. So we will get started. We've allotted a lot more time because we felt like, particularly this year with the challenges that we've kind of laid out, our goals that we're trying to meet, and with a relatively new board, or at least 2/3 us. Although if we averaged us out, I guess it would not be as much of an issue, but
You can be new to it.
I can be new to, I feel
New
new
and fresh.
because I have forgotten most of what I knew, so that's okay. So why don't, I suspect we will do it as we have traditionally done. The department, you want to just come up and you can kind of go through your budget. Welcome, Mr. Sheriff. Nice to see you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And we will just go through it and we have lots of time for questions. So that we,
I do want to, the reason I had Jen draw up these two documents, which they're down there too, is to kind of show everybody why we're here today. This is the general fund pie chart, which essentially tells us what our revenues are, what our expenses are, and what our budget shortfall of $3.4 million is. And if you look at the graph, if you were on this plane, you wouldn't like your trajectory. So we're trying to correct our trajectory.
Right.
Nobody will ever like what we come up with, but that we're here for a specific reason. So if everybody can be through the next 2 months, we'll be always fine.
And all of our large, just in addressing the 2020, all of our large jail contracts have been invoiced. We're just waiting for the checks to come in. DOC sends the checks as they do, so we have no control over that.
Karen's gonna be going to the and then
Thank you.
In the general fund revenue, page 24. And I have, and you're all ready, because I have notes for every line item here.
I just had vehicles
Okay.
before everything else, so we'll do that later.
Pardon?
I said I'm in my book, vehicles are before page 24.
Oh,
We'll do
okay.
numbers later.
Well, I figured let's talk about the general fund revenue, because that's what's on everyone's mind. So for 2022, bars number 3229110. Mine doesn't have line items, so I don't know what line
that
item.
number works fine.
And so that is our sheriff's licenses and permits. The revenue derived from that is strictly from CPLs and dealer licenses. And those rates are set by the RCWs. And an original CPL, we gain $49.25 for it. $18 of that is kept in the county, $13.25 goes to WSP, and $18 goes to the Department of Licensing. So we have a very small piece of that pie. When referring to renewals or late renewals, they're $32 or $42. The county gets 14 of a $32 renewal, and we get $21 of a late renewal. So these are citizen driven. We don't have a report that says, oh, this many people in your county need to renew, or this many people in your county need to have CPLs. So it is at the mercy of the public as to how many want to come in and get these. So I budget conservatively on these, which is where we have the $10,000 because we don't know how many people are going to be coming in. And I'd rather budget under for this than budget over and then have you wondering where money is. If that makes sense.
Does, so you feel like that's a reasonable, as far as I see, your prior year actual was 11,200.
And we're at 9,000,
It says 9,500.
9,500.
Year to date actual.
Is
This
that
year's
end of
budget is
August?
12.
That's the end of August, yes.
And so you reduced it by two, which first off, I appreciate conservative budgeting.
Yeah.
So.
And so we could get lucky, but we don't know what with the economy, we don't know if people are going to be spending the money on this. And so I feel more comfortable going with 10,000 and then giving you extra next year if we gain it. So any other questions on that one?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay. Then we jump.
I don't know,
Mhm.
I'm for conservative as well, but I want it to be as accurate as we think it's gonna be. And to me, 10,000 seems a smidge low.
Would you rather it be 11?
I mean, I'm just me, I think 10.5 or 11 is a better number based off where we are with actuals this year and where it was
Well-
last year.
So, and remember that 11, that 10,000, we are giving the majority of it away. It is not money that's coming into the county. It's money that we're depositing, and then I send Greg a form that says,
To give it away.
pay DOL, pay WSP.
Right.
And so that's not our
So the
net.
shift to
If
us.
that's
is-
where you're comfortable, I'll be fine with that.
Okay. I just think it's a better, because
It's
we
hard for me
don't
to
know.
smile with a mask on, sorry.
Next, we've got the WSP traffic
I'll try to
safety.
smile with my eyes.
Yeah. Uh,
Blink, that means smile.
Traffic safety, that is a grant that we get every year. Now, in order to perform this grant, it is specifically overtime for specific traffic details, whether it's DUI, distracted driving, that type of thing. And so, and the state sets certain dates that those details can occur. We always ask for the money, but then we also ask all of our deputies to run overtime in order to perform these tasks. The deputy that used to do the most of these details now does not get paid overtime because he's sitting behind me. And so we don't have, in our staffing shortage, we do not have deputies that are signing up for the details. So again, I'm going conservative. We've only had $300 or $236 this year that we were able to gain. So I'm sorry, 360. So I mean, I can put 360, I can't guarantee.
So we're still paying deputies overtime throughout the year, correct?
Oh, yes,
They're just not signing up for this.
this
overtime.
specific detail. Because
So
you're
we're-
talking, it's set dates.
Basically called burnout.
And
Work
so,
enough overtime throughout the year, then you throw this on, and you get some of it.
and keeping in mind, and I think it's good to address this right now. So when Sheriff Songer came on board, and Chairman, you will remember this, he eliminated one of our positions specifically to fund our overtime, which is why patrol overtime is the number it is. So that is what our eliminated admin position is, what funds those overtime.
That's correct.
So, DNA 342-100-1011 is the DNA collector fee. That's transferred to us from the courts. It's not a line item that we control. Now, if we move to page 25, there's other miscellaneous revenue. 36991520. I thought it was page 25.
I think it's the next.
Oh, it is
the
page
next
24,
box.
sorry.
Oh, okay.
My apologies.
No, that-
Okay, miscellaneous revenue.
Got it, sorry. That includes deposits from all of our timber companies and cattlemen. And then any of the BVFF, the Board of Volunteer Firefighter, the reserve payments that the reserves pay into for their pension. And so those are the two revenue sources. And timber contracts have been ongoing since Sheriff Songer came on board, and we are re-looking at each of the timber companies, their footprint on our county, because we're having, like, as you probably know, SDS is liquidating some of theirs, so we're getting accurate numbers of acreage, and then we'll renegotiate with them. Timber contracts are for additional services provided. They get the basic county service that everybody else gets, but then we've got specific deputies that go behind their gates, keep an eye on making sure that trespassers aren't there. You can probably speak more to that.
Cattle rush and timber theft.
Yeah, and so that is their specific.
Is this regular deputies or just the timber deputies?
Timber deputies.
Just the timber.
And this line item is not meant to offset the timber deputies. It's just a contribution to cover some of the costs. It would be great if we could get 100%, but that's not going to happen at this time.
So are we anticipating, because I noticed your, your next year proposed is, down significantly from current. And
Yeah.
that's because of the reduction in the footprint. And
No,
I would,
well, no.
and I also
it's-
see the prior year actual and the current year. I assume there was some folks were behind in their payment and they caught up.
Yep.
That was my guess.
That is correct.
So-
And then also those reserve payments. So we had some reserves who came on board. We started the program of, they could buy back to their previous, to their start date. So,
I see. Okay.
so there was a higher payment coming from the reserves as well. Any questions? Okay. The Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs, the sex offender verification, that is a set grant coming from that organization. And it's specific of $70,500 confirmed yesterday that that's what they will be paying us next year as well. Then your line item 34211 law services. That is our revenue from paper service, writs, all of that. And so again, it's a variable, depending on how people are doing. Next line item is 3491522 interdepartment services. Those are just things that come to us from the courts. Line item for sheriff's donations, 367115202. So remember those CPL prices is $49.25. Well, a lot of people don't want their 75 cents back. And
Like at the counter,
yes,
They just donated.
so they just donate it.
got a cookie jar.
Well, I actually write it out on the
No
receipt.
cookie jar.
No cookie jar, no
Joking.
unlocked donation
I
box.
saw, I looked up to see
He gets,
all the finance folk over
Yep.
there, the auditor.
he gets,
Sorry, I'll be quiet. I'm gonna start this, I'll just be quiet.
it shows up on our receipts as a 75-cent donation.
Donated. Okay.
And so that's just where that money's coming from. And as I stated, the next line item is the revenue for the jail. These are specific contracts negotiated for long term. So all these companies have been invoiced. Goldendale, White Salmon, and Bingen. And then DOC sends us payments, usually 2 to 3 months behind, after we've done the count and all of that. So. Questions? Next, we've got, so the inmate commissary, we haven't seen any revenue on that for a while, unless you guys want to donate to it. Same with medical copays.
Is it just random people donating or is that people that leave money in their commissary when they leave?
No, that money gets turned over to the state. That report's due November 1st,
Is it just people that want to?
or, yeah, or you guys. Right, Carmen?
Sure.
The inmate trust is something the commissioners had started. You also will see, more importantly, the inmate phone, which is 362-940-0000. That is the money that CTEL, is that the right?
Yeah.
CTEL pays us for the phone usage. And so that has started back up again, and we're talking a couple $100 each month. So. Skipping down to 367-110-500. There have been no donations into the inmate trust. Unless again, you guys want to set some money over there. That funds things like books and items that the inmates use. 501 is the Beacon Mental Health Contract. We have a contract. We did not have any inmates that met the mental health need for this current $5,000 contract. It's a very specific type of mental health problem. And so at this time, we have no revenue from that. However, Carmen did just receive a new Beacon Health contract yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, Beacon approved through the comprehensive mental health funding for one mental health person to come in and work in the jail. So I don't know how much that will be. I have a meeting tomorrow with them.
So if there's any revenue from that that we actually will gain, then we'll let you know. So Profi, our canine, he's special. Yes, and it's, I've been assured by the auditor and the treasurer
There
that,
might be some VR on that dog.
well, that's what this is for. So I've been assured by the treasurer and the auditor that this is a revolving fund. That's how Glenn set it up, even though it's not its own separate fund number. So over the 3 years that we've been contributing revenue from any outside citizen, so it's not been funded by the general fund or any of our county funds. This is all money raised by the public. We've received $50,336.13. And we have spent to date $40,337.95, leaving us a fund balance of $9,998.18. And I have a $25 check that arrives every month from one of the citizens paying into this fund, senior citizen paying into this fund. So,
I'm gonna interject at
Yep.
this point. Our illustrious state legislators and the governor wanted to do away with police dogs. And due to the support from Gina Mossberg, state legislator, thank God, we had a hearing and we were able to change their mind. So any bad press that they can get in regards to police team will it'll encourage them in the next session. Whether going after the police dogs and trying to get rid of them in law enforcement. That's because you got idiots there that have no clue what's going on. That dog is a valuable tool and is a lifesaver to officers and the public. So just let you know that our department is very, very supportive of the canine program. And the community obviously is too. They donated over around $50,000 for that project. That dog belongs to the community. And we're proud of Profi. He does an outstanding job. He apprehended a number of suspects that fall within the guidelines where a dog can be used. I'll shut up.
Oh, you're good. Any questions on the K-9 program?
We'll thank Brophy for his service.
We do. And all of his food is paid for, is donated from a dog food company. So
You got a grant for that or?
No.
you just do it?
the company said we would like to donate, so they've got a lifetime supply of food for the dog. From a veterinarian, yeah. Next item, 3901 is the posse donations. These are also citizens donating to the posse program. Some of them are actual posse members, some of them are people who have had good encounters with the posse and want to support the program. Any questions?
Go ahead.
So now if we shift over to page 40, which is our general fund expenses. Does this flow work for you guys?
Whatever works for you. works for me.
You're good.
Everybody ready?
Go ahead.
Salary and wages are calculated per the wage and benefit form. Any questions on that?
I did quickly, but your longevity pay went down. Is that somebody retiring that you're? forecasting
Because
or something?
Calio left,
Longevity,
and-
yeah.
I
Mayor
don't get
has,
as much as he does, or as he did.
Yeah.
Let's not change that.
You already make way more than I do.
all right, so as you can see in the admin section, we run pretty lean. The uniform supplies that we have under 2131, which is the 521102131. Jake's looking around, so I want to make sure. we're-
Sorry, I'm missing page 26. Feel free to
Still
keep
looking,
going.
he's fine.
He's fine, okay. So we've got two vendors that we use, Extreme Products and Summit Embroidery. Summit's been doing the polos for us, which is what I'm wearing here, kind of giving us, especially when we're out in the community, rather than civilian wear, readily identifiable wear. And then 3,100 operating supplies and office supplies. That's pretty much just our printing for business cards and letterhead. And we still need to purchase some tables and chairs for the POTS building, which is part of what is built into this line item. Any questions? Ammunition. We purchased that from Dooley, and we're being very respectful of supply costs right now and ability to gain any ammunition we can get. So
Lost me on a minute.
Is it the 3104?
3104, so sorry.
What would be the next line item here? It's labeled admin office and operating supplies -A.
Page again.
40.
40.
Sorry, what is that, 700?
So that's, oh, the A, it's showing me A, but I.
A is
I'm missing
ammo.
the MMO, yeah.
So normally what's happened is we would buy a large chunk of ammunition. Patrol would pay the bulk of it and only a few hundred from jail departments ranged. And so we're hopefully going to have it more equal next year or the year after with what they actually shoot. So that it's, but right now patrol's been shouldering the weight on that. So, all right, let's go to fuel, 3,200, which is on page 40 still. So we in the sheriff's office use multiple vendors for our fuel. In addition to Public Works, we also use Carson, Pack Pride, Chevron, and Glenwood stations. This gives us the ability to acquire fuel throughout the county or if we're outside of our area. I do look on a regular basis what the fuel rates are. So I'm not just going to one vendor out of convenience. If I see one vendor jump up in price, I let the deputies know, hey, this vendor is more expensive right now. Try to use the others, that type of thing. So,
Is that
This is
dollar
for
amount?
Administration,
I'm sorry. What was-
Go ahead with him.
so is this only for the administration side of the budget though? This isn't, I mean, fuel.
Everybody in all of our different sections, we all have the fuel cards for all of these areas.
So is this all of the regular gas stations that aren't Public Works? Already?
Yes. So Glenwood Station, they can walk in, charge to it, and then we get. the
Right, but
bill.
there's no Glenwood station somewhere else in the budget?
Yes,
Okay.
every
Department-
section of our budget that has fuel can use any of these vendors.
So are you expecting to drive less? I mean, the price of fuel is up way more than 11%.
Depends on when the calls are, where the calls are, and
What we've done in the past, I don't know so much here, but in the past, Park County and some other agencies, when the budget got tight on fuel, the officer would go to the central district and park. And you only responded to calls. You didn't do routine patrol. As a routine patrol is what's eating up your fuel. So citizens are gonna see less of the officers because they're not driving on the communities, but they will be responding to. And that does cut down on fuel consumption.
Absolutely.
We'll have to see how that works out as far as.
I was just, but this is under the admin side, so it's you guys for the most
Yep.
part,
But
right?
it
And-
applies to the whole department.
But it applies to the whole department, and I'm seeing, you know, an 11% increase, but I know the price of fuel from 2020 to 21 has went up significantly more than that. So,
well, I drive the most.
okay.
Because I'm coming from White Salmon.
So this is not deputy patrol numbers
This
in
is
here.
admin.
That's just
Admin.
So those will show up in the.
Yeah.
in the deputy patrol.
Right.
Right.
I'm just hoping for like an accurate understanding of what we think the fuel expenses are gonna be over the course of the next year with where fuel prices have went up versus 2020's actual.
Well, earlier last year, fuel prices were higher. And we were able to maintain within our budget, so. We stay accurate with, and
But if you're comfortable with them, I'm comfortable with them. If you need a few
Yeah,
dollars
we
more, if you
try
need a
to
few dollars
watch.
more. My whole goal of this is to be as close as possible to accurate, that we don't have a lot of supplemental to fix things next year. So it's like, me and Jake are both thinking that number might be a smidge low, that we're trying to give you a few dollars.
well, no,
And you told me
so as our department gets back up to full staff, a lot of the admin driving, I won't be driving back and forth every day.
Oh, so that'll. slow
So I
down.
stay in White Salmon so that we maintain coverage in White Salmon.
And I might add, not to pat myself on the back, because I never do that. I might add that I use my vehicle, which has a police radio, private vehicle, and I pay for my own gas. And I do that on a number of occasions. The patrol car is assigned to me, which is a used one, I don't take new patrol card. That is, when somebody's gotta go to the academy and they need a car, they use my patrol card to do so. So we're looking at cutting costs.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah. We did, as we approached this budget preparation, we kept in mind your need for us to be very frugal in the upcoming year.
And who knows where the fuel prices will be next year.
So let's move on to admin 3,500, which is the small tools and minor equipment. That is one line item. That is US Cellular to pay for the purchase of our phones. It's a monthly expense. And we did have, when Mike Callio was here, we did have a purchase of a new phone for him, which that phone has now been given to one of the new deputies that's just come on for patrol. So Tim kept his original phone.
So if you pay into it every month and you figure $400, so you're looking about a phone a year between the admin group and
Well-
next year you're proposing 180. How's that? Are you slowing the rate of getting new phones or?
No, Mike's phone, we had to pay $700 outright this year because his phone was not working and it was outside the contract.
Okay.
And US Cellular right now is giving us a phone for a penny. And, so they, we're having smaller tools, not as high anymore. Moving down to professionals. Any other questions on tools? Moving down to professional services. That is one line item. It is alterations for uniforms, the Class A uniforms when they need alterations. So we may or may not use that money. 4,200.
I know there's a lot of cookies here today. So.
There's bagel bars over here. Did you bring donuts in because we're police?
No, I don't. They were here before you.
I would like
no
to
donuts.
enact
Yeah,
my
there is no
right to not answer that question.
No.
I was very incriminating.
So,
But it's more like Fatty wanted a donut, so Fatty decided to buy more than one donut.
I will eat one on my way out. 4,200 is communications. And that is in the admin section, that is US Cellular as well. So that is our actual cell phone. 4,300 is travel. And we anticipate some travel with training. Tim just went to a training course. So Carmen will be next, and that'll be next year's. Any questions on that? 4,300, 4,500 is rents and leases. We don't anticipate anything there, but we put 200 in or 0 in just because we really don't expect anything. Patrol can cover anything that we need if there's something, or we can move things around. Insurance, 4,600. We are planning a 17% increase from this year's rates. So that's what I put in there. Auto repair, 4,811. 3 of the vehicles in admin are paid for out of the admin. Carmen's Durango is paid for out of the jail because it's also used in the jail. And we're very lucky that these older vehicles have not needed anything major. We've just needed oil changes and air filters and wipers. So pretty minimal. My brakes are 50%.
And wipers, wow, that's.
I know, those bugs just won't go away. My vehicle's brakes are 50%, so we're doing pretty good. Any questions on auto repair?
No.
4,900 is miscellaneous, which pays for the dues for Washington State Sheriff's Association and Washington State Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs. So that's what's in there. And then 4,901, training. So if we host a training or go to a training, that is what will be covered. And that is the end of admin expenses. Any questions? Awesome. Jumping right into patrol. 42,122, 52,122. Same comments for salary and wages that they're on the benefits form. Any questions on those? All step increases have been accounted for.
Okay, that was gonna be my
That was
question.
kind of, yeah.
And then I also
2020
added
step increases or new step increases for 2021 also in here.
also in there. And then I also,
Understanding that we don't, obviously this is a negotiation year, that there will likely
That's
be.
part of the
impact.
also.
that's
Also,
the also.
that's the also.
So that bottom line item on the patrol where it says increase. It's on the very last for each person. On each, it says contract increase. Estimate,
Oh,
Where-
okay, so you did put
where
that
you
in
find
there
it?
somewhere.
On the wage and benefits one.
wage and benefits one.
Oh, on the
In
wage
her
and
menu,
benefits.
Well, it's on the
her-
other thing
her
over
memo handout.
Oh, okay.
So I picked a number, picked a percentage number, which I am not going to state
fine.
what it is,
Okay.
but I just picked one to
Added that into this.
add this into it, and then you guys can fill in the rest later.
I thought you did, and I appreciate it.
So that's the methodology that was used throughout our entire process. So any questions about wages, benefits? So let's go down to 2131, which is the left one medical.
What page are you on?
41.
The numbers you're getting 21, 31, and
Oh, page 41, line item.
Oh, I see it.
52,122,
It's about halfway
2130.
down. There we go.
Left one medical.
Got it.
I couldn't hear you, Dave, when you talked.
These masks make it so clear.
About there.
What?
Left medical.
Got it.
Left one medical. So all of our former sheriff employees that qualify for left one, we cover their medical.
Yeah.
And so I'm not making any changes because we have one person who has home care. And I expect not a decrease, but possibly an increase in future years. So better to be prepared. And so,
What are you trying to say?
that those other guys, not you, are getting older.
What affects you?
Why are you winking right now?
So anyway,
Last man
left one is staying as it is.
Well, I hope your number is way wrong, but I appreciate you making it what it is.
Well, since we pay $3,400 a month, about for one person,
I sign it.
yeah, I don't think my number's too far off. We also paid their medical or their medical insurance. And that number is built into our above insurance for that. So they're covered.
You also pay their long-term care. those
And long-term
qualify.
care. That comes out of, yeah.
Well, that's why I said I hope your number's off. I hope it's zero and none of them need it. That means they're healthy, and healthy is great.
Yeah, nice try. So uniforms, 2131. I have 17 deputies and we're estimating that we'll spend $520 on them each year because we do buy the boots, and once in a while when they crawl under houses, they rip their uniform. So some things need to be replaced. And then we've got the 3 staff who are wanting polos, so I feel that these are reasonable numbers. Questions?
Just checking your math.
I've got it written out.
That's all right.
I can give you the.
No, I believe you. I
All
believe
right.
you.
Should we go
I
to,
thought it was too low, that was all, but you were right.
no, we are going to cut costs this year for you, for the county. So we've been keeping that in mind throughout all of this process.
So that we can all jump off this plane that's crashing. I appreciate it.
3,100 office and operating supplies. So 2 years ago, we had a really good year. Well, last year. And we had a lot of variable expenses that we did not need to use the money. So we bought pens, paper, file folders, batteries, USB drives.
Toilet paper.
That's on you, dude. Dude, oops, that's my Californian accent.
Sounds like
coming.
he's prepping, so I just wanted to make sure. he had it.
No, so we bought a stockpile in addition to being able to give the county back that variable money. So we still are using some of that stockpile today. So we've been very frugal with our spending. So I think that in calculating to include any printing that we need done, the office supplies, any of our CarQuest supplies for the vehicles, watch guard clips and mics, and then any PPE that any of our employees need, we feel that we can manage with the 13,000. And I said that word watch guard, so I may as well address this right now. Body cameras. We've received 2 of the 3 quotes. The third company has not gotten us their quote, so I'm just going to go ahead and process the request and forward the information to present to you for our body cameras.
Let me explain why the third one isn't getting it. We put out information, you get estimates from this three. They come down, they give their dog and pony show. And so we were good with that 3 estimates. And the third one,
Which is Axon.
Exxon, called just recently or emailed you or whatever, it is, saying, well, we got some more we can show you. And I said, no, they had their opportunity. And we don't want to drag this out further and trying to get body cams. And
You have a ballpark price for that, for the back of my head?
The lowest number, and my recommendation, if you've got a grant that, or you've got funding
That's covered.
that would cover it. Bottom line, we're asking, it's a 5-year program. And within that program, there's a replacement midway for all equipment. We're asking that the equipment talk to both our dash cams as well.
Right.
And it uploads into current systems of Spellman and the evidence library for the PA. And so I would say $290, including tax for the deputies, and $50,000 plus for the jail.
and that is with wireless, right?
And that is, yeah,
Because with
How much
wireless,
is grant and how much is us on that, or is it all grant?
you got the grant already.
So it's all.
So unfortunately, we do not have a high enough violent crime rate.
Unfortunately.
To get it.
Fortunately.
Depends on how you look at it.
To get
Yeah.
any
From a budget
funding
I
from,
would rather pay my own way. and
I
have that
agree,
problem.
yeah.
Yes.
But we do not qualify for the justice grants because we do not have a high enough violent crime rate, which is a great thing, but
Have you
That
spoken
means we're
with
buying-
other
we're buying.
jurisdictions and how they're managing it? Their, body cameras and moving forward?
most of them are using money that, what is the name of that funding that we got. The COVID
The CRF or the ARP fund.
ARP, yeah.
But I mean, I was just talking to the Hood River County Sheriff and I asked him, because he was wearing his body camera and I talked to, everywhere I go, I talk to them about their body cameras, what they like, they don't like, which brands and all that. And the Hood River County Sheriff said they actually got rid of their dash cams and went straight body cams. And that was their decision to save money in order to make it.
Well, the dash cams have been incredibly valuable, especially when if the deputy is away from his vehicle and he's dealing with somebody over here and his body camera is here and somebody else is over in front of his car, at least the dash cam can then catch that as well.
So I've watched both dash cam and body camera, and neither one are 100%.
Right.
But when you combine the two and you get that extra information, especially from a prosecution standpoint, the amount of time you could save the prosecutor, if you have both the body camera and the dash camera, if it's a little bit extra expense up front, you're gonna save a lot in the long run. You really are. You're gonna get a better view of everything that goes on. And having this system so that the two of them tie in together, you're gonna get all the audio and all the video. And so it's worth the money. It is.
So that is coming. You will get the proposals
You
before
have
the
to have
next.
that up and running by the first of the year too, right?
Yes.
So by our next update, I'll have that all typed up and ready for you. So, but WatchGuard right now, the microphone clips are linked strictly to our vehicles. So that we fund through here. Ammunition, we've got 17 deputies and $150 per rounds per person. So, which comes out to $25.50.
Let me also point out on the ammunition, been pared down, we used to qualify quarterly. Now we're once a year. And if several factors come into that, is the price of ammunition. So in order to bring them, kind of balance out in the budget, we're now qualifying once a year. And that's minimum, because if we don't, we're going to, if there's a shooting, first thing these defense attorneys are going to do is pull all the training records. And when did this officer qualify last? Oh, well, hell, he's not qualified for a year or so. And get the checkbook out, because that's where they're headed. Liability wise, they need to, we actually need to be qualified more than we do, but at least once a year will get us by.
Now,
Do you have to buy your ammo from certain places by law?
No.
it's just got to
Does
be
it have to be-
federal rounds that they carry on duty, not training rounds. It's federal.
No, you can buy your ammunition.
Yeah.
You have to carry a specific
Mhm.
bullet for street work, but you can train with whatever you want.
Right.
Mhm.
But you don't have to buy your ammo from a specific dealer or a specific kind. It just can't be reloads from down the road. You can use those for training, but not while you're on duty.
So we shop around right now. Dooley Enterprises down in California has the best prices. If you don't mind if I address 3501 firearms at the same time, and we're talking about ammo. We have put on hold purchasing new pistols. That was originally slated for this year, but we are not purchasing our new pistols in light of the budget. And
Those are the Springfields.
which ones were we gonna go with?
Glocks.
Glocks?
Lots.
And we were looking at the Glocks, not only for performance, et cetera, but ammunition was easier to acquire at a lower price. But
Are you going to a different caliber?
9 millimeter,
9 mil.
What do you carry now? 40?
45.
Wow.
And so, but we put that on hold, so our ammunition will be a little bit more expensive than the regular 9 mil.
Have you guys always carried 45 since you were here, or was that a?
It's very, we've usually gone to 45 because of the knockdown power.
Right.
But the 9mm ammo now is sufficient, and they've improved it. Where you're seeing a lot of agencies starting to revert back to 9mm. They're more accurate. You don't have the large recoil, and so the accuracy picks up. And the 9mm ammo, well, not quite the same as a 45.
Do they regulate you, say with 9mm ammo, that you have to shoot 125 grain? Or can you up it to a 147 grain and a plus PE for the knockdown power? Do they stipulate that crap?
That's our call. No, they don't.
Okay.
Yeah, that's our call.
So those two items are tied together. So we do have a little bit in the firearms section just in case we need it. But ammunition wise, we have a good vendor right now that can actually get us the ammunition. But we're not proud. We'll go anywhere we can get a good price. 3,200 is our fuel. We have 17 deputies plus 2 reserves. One reserve is on the west end and he has his car with him. The other reserve vehicle is parked behind the courthouse. We've budgeted $5,600 per deputy for fuel. The one reserve over on the west end, we budgeted $4,800 for him for fuel, and then $2,500 for the other reserve vehicle here. So we should be able to get all around the county. Any questions? 3,500 small tools. This includes US Cellular for all of our cell phones, Day Wireless for the radios within the vehicles and any of the lights and sirens, etc. Axon's contract is $17,464 a year. Those are our tasers that we lease. Pix 4D, Grammarly, Crossmatch, which is our fingerprint system. If we have to buy any vests for anyone, and just any other small tools. Question?
Kind of. I'm going through the bills and I see the price of Grammarly. Do you use that often enough to justify the $4,000 and the extra?
Okay, so the $4,000 bill,
Got all sorts of hands. That must be a yes.
the $4,000 bill has been corrected.
Oh, okay.
It was 27 people. We were asking you guys for 27 licenses,
Oh,
but we only used 17. And then 19. And so it's not 4,000, it's less, it's 27.
I just hate Grammarly. You might remember I was critiqued for my spelling once. That was ran through Grammarly.
I think that just shows it was, even it couldn't fix it.
No, I use a different one now and it works just fine.
Not everybody uses it. So.
Yeah, not
But
everyone
the
uses it.
number
ones
is
that
down.
do use
It's
it
not
very
the
often.
4,000 plus, because there was 4,000 plus another 5 users or something for another 500. That number's down from that.
We have managed to bring the number down to what's actually being used, not.
I think that's something we're
projection.
looking forward to, is we're looking for, is just like,
Double
it's
check
fine
your-
if you need it.
Yep.
Yeah.
But let's not have license, because we have, that's later with other folks.
Other
Sometimes that we just buy licenses for everybody and it's like, okay, 3 people use this. The other 12 never even open it, or once a
Right.
year. Yes.
And that's what we did.
So one of the, we've been addressing who is listed actively on Grammarly. I work closely with Shelby. Grammarly still sends me pop-backs on employees that have already left, but Shelby doesn't show them as active. So it is an ongoing process to make sure that we are only paying for the actual correct number of licenses. So it's
As
something
long
we
as you're
do-
keeping up on that and
Absolutely.
then
Any other questions for small tools? So if we move to as we're going down this list, there's 52123, which is the SAR group. You've got SAR supplies, SAR fuel, and small tools, which is still on page 41. It's just the bottom of that section. That is built into our patrol. That is what we use to help SAR with their missions and their training. So we've even cut their expenses. If you would like me to go into line item by line item, we can, or we can just move on.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
It's minimal.
All right, professional services, 4,100, which is for patrol. This is made up of 3 basic categories. Lexipol, which is our policies and procedures. And that's the largest chunk of this at $8,800 a year. But the other thing that we pay out of here are the psychological and polygraph tests. And so we also have, just like in admin, we've got Dane Branham fixing our uniforms, keeping them looking sharp for the public. And then small other expenses as needed. Any questions? Okay. Dog control, 4,101. This year was the first year we ever had to use our dog control line item. We had one animal that we needed to house because his owner had passed, and then we seized three other dogs. And so while that person who passed didn't have family and everything, we were able to get that adopted, but we had to house it for a short period of time over at one of the vets. And then before the other dogs were dispatched. Euthanized, then they were housed there as well. So that's the only time we've had to use that fund. But I did cut it down because history has said that we haven't used it very often, so.
Well, there may be, in that one, I'm a little concerned about because we have no dog kennel. City no longer has a dog kennel. So when we're required to pick up a dog for a variety of reasons. Mary Ann over here, Willowdale Vet, has been very gracious about allowing us to put it for short periods, especially even if it's a dangerous dog, for very short periods, until we can either get them fostered out, or if it comes to it, euthanized, or whatever avenue we need to take to get the dog out of the veterinarian. But it does give us a place temporarily because we don't have a shelter.
Are you using this for a phone call of just a random stray dog running down the street? Or are you only using this for violent dogs that really shouldn't be running around the street?
Yeah, usually dangerous dog type deal. I
So
mean,
are
there
you-
may be occasion where that's an exception, but the majority of the time it's going to be in regards to dangerous animals. And I can, Jim, you might want to, I can see where on a traffic stop, the guy's arrested for DUI, you got no relatives in the area, got a dog in the, yeah, under those circumstances, we'd probably see if Mary Ann were.
And that's a majority of what we use the Golden Oak Kennel for in the past, was we would make those types of arrests. You can't just leave the dog in this hot car
Right.
for it to die.
Well,
There's
and
some
that's-
liability on the county.
That's exactly why I'm asking the question. You got this from 1,000 to 500. All right, is your concern that it should probably stay at 1,000 too?
Well, my concern is that they, depending on how many animal calls we get.
You could burn up $500 on one dog.
That's kind of my
We can
thinking.
increase it if you guys.
We may have.
Since the other kennels shut down, I can't imagine you're only gonna deal with one dog this year or 2 dogs this year. Until that other kennel gets up and running, if we actually want an accurate number, I think we need to keep that at 1,000. That
So-
might be something wrong.
I can,
I mean, if
I
you don't
will-
care about it being off by 500, I'd fine leaving it too.
I'm just-
The only thing is, we might have to come back for a request on the supplemental.
Yeah, although understanding that you can move dollars around within the
Yeah.
category,
Right.
so
Yeah,
without coming back in. I
Right.
mean, it's
Yeah.
not, it's like, oh, well, you spent, this, but striving for, we always want good numbers
Yeah.
in every line item.
Mhm.
So
So going back up to 1,000?
that's fine.
Okay.
I'd be fine with that. Makes you feel better.
Done.
Trying. But I wasn't here for this part.
4105 is the search and rescue coordinators contract. And that has stayed the same for years. 4200 is communications. So US Cellular, AT&T, Verizon, CenturyLink, Postage, Quatech from IT. Verizon and AT&T. Those are the cards that are installed into our computers to give us internet. And Verizon has been out of control in far as lots of cards and being unable to identify who's actually got those cards, because it's not like you can call the cell phone and say, who's holding this right now? And Tim has been instrumental in getting every deputy's ID from their computers. We're down to about 6 items that we can't identify. And as of early last week, we were able to identify 2 of them being actually on IT's account. So we've been working with IT and we'll move those 2 over so that it's not on our bill.
Okay, only if you'll house the dogs.
Well, it's not just those two.
Yeah, then we've got 5 cards that were purchased for being able to transition into those new computers that came last year. But those cards are still active. We pay $40 a month for each card, so we really want to get those shut down. We've got a plan with IT that we're going to shut down in a staged systematic manner, so that if they get a call that somebody will, I'll suspend the account, and if somebody calls and says, hey, mine's not
We
working,
know which one it was.
at least we
which
know
one
where
it
to
was.
look, and then I can quickly reactivate it and they can transfer that to someone else's bill.
And write their name next to that number.
Oh,
so they
yeah.
know who it is.
Yeah. So we're actively trying to decrease our $1,400 a month Verizon bill. AT&T was supposed to be a trial for the same type of service for our Cradle Points. It was supposed to be a trial, not a 2-year contract. It is a 2-year contract. We've got 2 people who are on that. We didn't even know as the sheriff's office that the account had been opened until we got a past due bill. And that's when I found out that it was opened. And so we've resolved that with IT that, hey, let us know if you do that again, so that we can maintain your good credit with the vendors. And they thought that we had been told, so it's not. But we are stuck with these 2 bills, 2 services. And we can't shut off the AT&T without paying a large penalty. So we'll whittle that down. So that's what all of our communications are. Any questions? $4,300 is travel that's associated with training, and the sheriff has a great idea for training for this next year. If you'd like to talk about the online.
Well, yeah, I think most people are aware that you get a lot of training, free training online. So I think we need, as an agency, we need to take advantage of that. And it cuts down on the travel, cuts down on people being gone and so forth. So we're gonna target that pretty heavily coming up.
Advertising, we've got $200 in the budget for advertising, and that's just in case we have an RFP that needs to go out or something, we can pay for it. 4,500 is rental and lease. That is all of our Canon printers and copiers, etc. So that is nothing that we have any other expenses on. Our current balance for the Canon copiers is $4,849. So I feel that 10,000, that was at the 6-month mark, so. Moving down to insurance, again, we put in the 17% increase. Line item 4,700 is new, newer this year. And that is utilities for the Potts building. We divide the electric for the Potts building into 3 different categories. SAR pays for 40%, the marine, our marine fund pays for 30%, and patrol pays for 30%. So, any questions? Repairs and replacements, 4,800. That's also associated with the Canon copiers and printers. 4,811 is our vehicle repair and maintenance.
I should mention on the Canon copiers
Oh.
for all departments, that lease is up in 2022. Cost will go up. We just don't know how much. So,
Thanks for that good news.
It's an unknown for everybody.
Is that a locked in rate for the term of the contract or something?
A contract, your contract.
Right, that was, when we did the contract, was it? You know, you have you know what your rate is over a period of time.
Right.
When it expires, we'll know what our rate is for a period of time.
30%.
It will likely be, we don't know that.
Depends on the term of the contract.
Might be time to have more than one.
Where you going with those cookies, by the way? What's up with that?
So vehicle repairs and replacements. Repairs and maintenance, we're at 60,000. Any problems with them? We have multiple vendors that we use for all of our services.
We mentioned that, I don't know if this is a good time to jump in on that.
Sure.
One of our range deputies, well, both vehicles the range deputies have, was given to us to an understanding we patrol wildlife lands, which we do anyway. And these are used vehicles they donated to the department to pick up trucks. Actually, in pretty nice shape. Well, one of them blew an engine just recently. That's the so the repair on that's probably not worth repairing that particular pickup, according to the vendor. So we're probably gonna scratch around and see if we can find a used pickup that we can convert into range timber patrol. That's our issue that we have going there.
Keep in mind, they're over 200,000 miles on these vehicles.
The only thing in it, I don't believe it pertains to you. I don't remember which department I was finding the receipts for. Was, and again, it's pennies and nickels, but I'm the guy that wrote 2 pennies together. Synthetic oil changes, doing them every 5,000 miles.
So
Is that you guys?
we do use synthetic oil, but these are emergency vehicles that do require, in order to maintain the long idle time, the high speeds, The
Because-
manufacturer requires synthetic oil.
And it's not 5,000, I think, is it?
It's closer to 10.
I was gonna say,
like
7,500 or
5,000
10, I'm
something like
fine
that.
with. There's some departments that are doing it at 3,000.
No.
So, no, I.
We are, we are very
7,500 or 10.
conscientious
So,
about the
yeah,
maintenance.
I'll pop that out just because it was here, so it doesn't pertain to you.
Yeah, no, we're
But
good.
thank you for doing that. Time duration.
The range timber deputy vehicles that, the interceptor that deputy is driving right now, she's taking off in areas that the interceptor, it's stretching it even. And so we may have, until we get that vehicle, a new pickup truck for her, the new used pickup truck, we may see more repairs on the used vehicle she's driving now.
Put a lift kit on it.
She had a screw in her tire about that big the other day, so. Miscellaneous, 4,900. That is to cover things like our access to WSP, the program access. We pay $2,400 a year for that. Scale certifications, watch guard, storage. Also DES surplus, we're in that program, and that's $400 a year, so. That's what wraps up our miscellaneous. 4,901 is our training budget, and again, we're gonna strive to train online as much as possible. Again, we've got all of those SAR bars numbers. Starting with the 52123 number. Within there, you'll see the insurance at 75, at 17% increase also. And so that just maintains the maintenance of the vehicles and that type of thing as well. Questions?
No.
Okay. Now you'll see underneath that, you will see 52123, 128, 4,700. The marine utility pot, do you see that? How it kind of,
That's like 203, 47.
yeah. Even though that should be down under, I'm pulling it up here. 52138 4,700 shows up.
I guess it has to do with the sub-department. It's,
42.
Okay.
52.
in the system.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right. And then again, the 9,300 is Public Works fuel. And Chairman Sauter will probably remember that for years, we've had a very low number there. We're trying to move that number to our actual usage, not just moving it around from our fuel supply.
Other things.
Huh?
No, that's good.
So anyway, any questions on those supplies? And now Commissioner Christopher, your favorite topic, VR&R. Questions?
You're the chuckler over there. I hear you throwing-
Did you have a question about our patrol VR&R?
I did, and well. I pulled my pen out of it. Actually got a couple. Do you have the sheet in front of you? Oh, okay, well. The new replacement year mileage per VOCC section. The first and easiest question is it's the Econoline Ford van 2006. There's no rental rate. I'm assuming it's
Right.
maxed out and you don't need to put it on there.
It's surplus. It's on the surplus.
So it's on here, but it's also on the surplus list. The only other thing on that list that I was questioning is the Polaris side by side.
Right. We had, I thought we had stretched that out to 2028.
Well, it says 2018 to 2028, but it doesn't show that it has anything in the account,
Oh,
that anything's getting put in or anything will be put in. So I question whether you ever want to replace it. Put something.
we had 7959 for the search and rescue side by sides. Did that change then?
I see a number
So
2021 replacement year mileage. There's a VRNR number 4887, but neither the original or the new shows a number.
Yeah, I know, I see it here.
Because that's search and rescue. And when I'm going to, when I look at page 42, I'm seeing $7,959
So
for all
maybe
the
it
search and
just didn't get
rescue.
put into
So-
this.
for clarification, after your guys' guidance on VRNR rates and extending, I had developed a sheet. I had emailed it to you guys, but I didn't adjust their budget numbers for them. So they had already budgeted VRNR at prior rates and prior methodology. But because it was in your memo line, I didn't make the adjustment like I did in other departments.
Yeah,
So for clarification, then to make sure I'm on the same page, you're accounting for it, it's just not in my graph.
correct.
We'll circle back and make.
Yeah.
sure we are on
Circle
the
back.
same page here.
Make sure there was nothing else I was looking at.
As far as patrol vehicles go, we didn't stretch out replacement years. But in other areas, we did stretch out some of the replacement years.
Oh, the other, the only other thing I was looking at was an F-350, Ford F-350 at 2002 model year doesn't have a replacement cost. It doesn't have a 2020 rental rate. Is that a surplus as well?
That is under
502-174.
174.
Yeah, 502-174.
That's a SAR also. And
When
so,
they're dead,
yeah,
they go.
And is the 173 star as well, the E350?
yes.
That one's weird because it does have the VRNR.
Well,
The 2012 E350 should, one of those will be the Nelly, the jail transport vehicle.
Right, that one does.
yeah,
It's just one of the, I guess the 173 has a fund, but the 174 doesn't. So if it's surplus, that's going to be surplus, that's fine.
well, and SAR generally just uses it until there's no use for it.
It goes up.
Yeah.
And then takes another hand-me-down from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Correct.
No other questions for that? Then?
Okay.
Go back to your pages.
So that ends our patrol expenses.
Okay.
You ready for the jail?
Yeah.
All right, I will try to go as fast as I can so that you guys have some part of your day left. Salary and benefits, same as all of the other other sections. So let's skip to uniform and supplies, 2131.
Actually, I do have a question.
Uh-oh, just kidding.
No, it's actually an idea, a comment that I was actually going to bring up. The overtime on the jail.
Mhm.
Not only is it a dollar amount thing, but it's a burnout of employee issue. That I understand that we're, trying to use posse, and because of union contract, you have to offer overtime to the union worker before you go call a posse or whatever. But if it can actually save money in overtime, and save money in employee burnout, I would personally, speaking for myself, entertain the offer of having a casual employee on standby on call that actually makes a wage. That would be cheaper than the overtime wage.
And we have one now.
There is one on the list.
It would be nice to add
Would
more
you like
positions.
one or two?
I,
Add one or two?
all I'm looking at is if I gotta pay some casual on-call employee $20 an hour.
You may be crossing a collective bargaining issue, which would be unfair labor practice to bring that up in a public meeting, so we should discuss that in executive session.
Good enough.
Potentially.
The other thing we have to worry about with casuals is DRS, you know, how much they're used in those.
It can be explored in just a different setting.
Feel free to throw a cookie if I'm wrong.
No, no.
Then again, I'm wrong every time. So you have to throw a cookie.
Actually, you should give him his first cookie of the day for, you know.
Not wrong,
Just not
wrong time.
Wow, I must have really.
I have a
2131.
When HR brings it up.
2131 uniform supplies. Where we've got uniforms, but we're gonna need more for the new staff, especially boots. Operating supplies for the jail. We run about $1,300 a month is what we're figuring to expend for next year. So, and that takes care of not just supplies for using for records and that type of thing, but also all of your cleaning supplies, all of the bedding and things that are needed for the inmates.
So can you explain how we went from 40,000 down to 12,000? And then we're looking at 16,000 for next year? Is that
Because we had
bought all that
equipment.
last
Stocked
year
up.
and stocked up.
No, we also had equipment that was purchased
Bob's been
last
prepping.
year.
Carmen?
So last year, we had an excess of our budget, so at the year end, I bought a year's supply of uniforms for the inmates and all of the bedding and blankets and everything that I could project that we might have to cut for ahead. I pre-purchased and have it stocked, including
And that's what we saw when we did that tour. in Richmond.
right, and I also stockpiled PPE and bleach and things like that. So if we have some major event, then we're covered.
Any other questions?
And did you also stockpile the special medicine, the spec med? Because I see that's going from almost 10,000.
That's a specific inmate medical, the next line item, which is 3101. And that is specific to an inmate. So if an
To
inmate
an actual
needs,
individual,
pardon?
to an individual
Yes.
inmate.
And so that's if we go to the pharmacy and get their prescription, that type of thing. And that's a variable expense according to the population, how healthy the population is, and that type of thing.
Carmen?
I found some current RFPs on pharmaceuticals that the jails across the state have done. So I'm going to be working on putting together a pharmaceutical RFP so that maybe we can set some costs, direct costs with a pharmacy and hopefully save some dollars in the next year on pharmaceuticals. Because it gets really, really expensive on some, especially things like insulin.
Mhm.
Because unfortunately, I mean, they come to jail and they don't have their meds, we have to have their meds.
When they're ours, they're ours.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Medicare doesn't pay.
No.
any of that.
And
Richard talked about changing that.
We've been talking about changing it for a long time. Because it's not fair, especially if it's once they're, when they're permanently ours for a period of time.
Once you're convicted.
Once they're convicted, there should be ours, but prior to that, why do you lose all your, that's your
Yeah.
innocent?
Yeah.
You have not been adjudicated yet, but it's like the instant they walk through the door, it's like, oh, and it's not a misunderstanding. It's been billed before, it's just a misunderstanding. It's not, it's a cost shift. It's all about the dollars because they meaning the state or the feds or whoever is operating those other programs, if they can shift that cost burden to the local taxpayers, they'll do it in a heartbeat and have been. So.
And so, these are variable, both the specific inmate medical and then the general inmate medical, which is things like your Benadryl, things that we have to have on hand, are variable with our population count. So, any other questions on medical, on the supply part? Okay, 3104 ammunition for the jail, just like deputies, they have to qualify and they have to train. So we're getting ammunition for them. We've increased.
Do they do, just for my own benefit, do they do like taser training
Once a year.
once a year? I mean, so would be some expense to that, I'm assuming, new probes. And
What, with the Axon contract that you guys signed, so that's a lease and we have
Oh,
the
so you
tasers.
get,
Yeah, the tasers are leased. We do not own them. So those new tasers that have arrived, Randy Wells has been certified now to train everyone else in the department on those T7 tasers.
We just need volunteers.
What?
yeah, I was thinking through the training part.
Yeah, and
was
so,
like,
and
oh,
part of
yeah.
what came with that are the training cartridges and the dummy that they get to tase. So it's not actually human, it is.
No.
Don't look at
That
him.
was way too easy.
I've been feeding child.
So anyway,
I'll look.
those,
It's
that
easier for me to look
training,
this way than this way.
Everybody's whipping boy.
that training will not incur an extra cost because
Okay.
we already have all of the info and everything we need, so.
Of course, you can volunteer for that.
He was
Yeah.
looking at you when he said.
He
that.
was.
So anyway,
It takes 4 people to get me off the ground, though.
I can manage.
fuel for the jail, 3,200.
I would do it if you do it.
Fuel for the jail, you know, a lot of the video cords have cut down on running back and forth to the other end of the county. However, we do want to maintain, for when we need to have transport to Norcor, some of the other facilities. So this is probably, 6,000 is probably a very doable number for them. 3,500 small tools, budgeting 5,000 for Grammarly and US Cellular. The bulk of Grammarly comes out of the jail. 3501, I've already talked about firearms, but we've got 2,000 in case they need something. Then we've got more inmate trust, 52362, 3,100 and 3,500. Again, if you want to toss some money in there, we would not turn it down for books and that type of thing for the inmates. 4,100 is jail professional services. Again, Chairman Sauter will remember when a few years ago, they had written the budget so that both Brian B's contract and inmate medical were partnered into that 4,101. We split it out so that we can keep an eye on what our actual inmate medical is versus his contract. So his contract is $42,000 a year, leaving the remainder for anything else that we need. Inmate medical is 4,101. that is variable with the population. We've moved it down to 50,000 for right now. To basically give the county that tax budget cut that they needed. And if we look like we're creeping up to that, then I'll be sitting here having different conversations with you about it.
But we're only at 23 for the year so far, so.
Does that include this week's bills that you haven't gotten yet?
Well, it must not.
Yeah, I just paid some KVH and ambulance bills. So,
Are they submitting their bills on a regular interval to you? or are
Yes, they are.
stockpiling them and
we've
sending
got
them 2 years later?
a system
Within the-
working.
Within the decade that they occurred.
It's within 2 months of them occurring.
Wow, good.
So we've had some hard conversations with KVH, and Carmen is great. She's got on her calendar when an inmate goes to the hospital or has hospital services. I can then call KVH and say, where's the bill for this person?
Statute
And
of limitation on medical.
Yeah, medical.
4107 inmate meals. So again, that was one of our large variable budgets that you noticed took a giant cut. So we're averaging, what is it, 19 inmates?
Yeah, 19 to 23 inmates a day.
So we have 55, if my math is 55 meals a day, because we have to have 5 meals set off to the side. And 365 days of the year gives us 20,075 meals. And the inmates, we've just increased and Carmen can address this, the type of meals we're giving them now. We're going to give them more calories and that type of thing. So it's $2.95 per meal. And so, which right now it's been less, $2.65, I believe. But we've increased that, and we think that right now 60,000 for that many meals is reasonable. But again, it's variable. If Bob's B&B has an influx of guests, then we will be sitting
Ty, if
here.
you can't get your star ratings up, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, our Michelin, we lost our
I know.
Michelin
We're
star.
at 1.5.
Well, I was gonna say, that's probably something you want to be a low star, so that people aren't frequent flyers.
That's the comments about the surly hell, but.
So is it the caloric intake moving up, or is it the price of food going up?
It's the caloric intake. We have a 12 to 13 hour span between dinner and breakfast. And at breakfast, they were getting 2 little small pieces of like coffee cake, a juice packet, a packet of jam, and a teaspoon of peanut butter in a little bag.
And you were probably paying $30
If
for
you
that.
had dinner at
Always
4 o'clock in the
$2.95.
afternoon and you're getting that at 5:30 in the next morning, you're starving. And then you became very angry. And we don't keep a stockpile of Snickers. So, and not all inmates can afford commissary to supplement their meals. So
We're done.
this was a better option to supplement for breakfast. So they'll get cereal. They're actually gonna start getting cartons of milk now. Currently, they've been getting what it's called otter milk. It is a watery substance that the corrections officers have to pick up out of a big bucket in the morning. So we really risk a back injury when they're bringing this giant, and it's a big bucket. And then they have to hand scoop all that substance out and then feed it to the inmates, and it's, you would not feed it to your dog, I'm telling you. So the cartons will actually make that process of breakfast serving a lot smoother and probably a lot nicer. And they won't be wearing that nasty milk on their uniform when they spill it, when they're taking it out of the fridge.
We do have a liberal side.
So moving along.
Communications, 4,200. Again, it's US Cellular, CenturyLink, Watech, and then Wave. Wave business is the cameras. Giving Carmen the ability to have her cameras everywhere. And so those are static. 4,300 travel. We have some money set aside in there.
Is that just for sending people, new recruits off the training or?
This is the various training.
Various trainings. 4,500 is the rental and lease of the Canon stuff. That would be Rob. Talk to him if you don't like the numbers.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that, but I am gonna let you know, it's right, you have about 5 minutes left. So
All right.
highlight what you want to.
Thank
'Cause I'm gonna
you.
keep us on a schedule. 'Cause we'll-
In
yeah.
other words, I get out of this. I would say let's cut
You
down
were going to
to,
2 or 3.
No, I thought we were 11:30.
Oh, we come back.
Oh,
I'm gonna
okay.
enforce the break.
sorry.
Not for you, for the people that come after
Let's
you.
shift to page 45, which is the 52138 Marine.
Okay,
This section is a requirement for a Marine grant. This is our matching funds that meet the requirement for the Marine grant. So it's all basic standard expenses. We're not buying anything.
Okay.
52139 is posse. And the bulk of that is the LNI insurance. Marine fund is doing fine. We've had a cash balance of 7859. We've got new revenue from the boating safety and vehicle and vessel registrations. Our expenses are less than that, so we should be okay. And our investigations fund, 124, which is page 46, and the revenue, and 76 for expenses. I know that Commissioner Christopher's eyes went big when he saw that we have a fund balance of $489,000. However, $314,000 are pending disposition with the courts, and we may have to get that back, so. And this is drug money, which means that balance of 174,000 is drug and investigations use only. Any other questions? Go for it.
I understood that there was turning property in for the sale. That there is an interest in the used bulletproof vest that we have. The only thing I would caution is open public sales. It would be a little embarrassing to have one of our local guys run around with a vest on. He got from the county and was in a shootout with one of our. It just went, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, convicted felons can't.
That's correct. We would have to verify that they didn't end up in the hands of a convicted felon by state law.
I mean, I'm just saying as a word of caution. I wouldn't. Now, there are places.
So when you go to a gun show and buy a bulletproof vest, they do a background check to make sure you're not a felon?
I've never bought one the only way that I've ever bought in a bulletproof vest is through the department.
And that may apply only to Washington State.
Some of the vendors will only sell to law enforcement. So I don't know what the rules on other states are.
Yeah, civilians.
I don't know about buying one through a gun dealer or gun show.
Yeah, there's vendors out there that sell this civilians. And I'm not sure whether they're checking criminal history, and I'm not sure whether that applies to the state of Washington only.
So Washington has an RCW
Yes.
that you have to check that they're a convicted felon before you buy bulletproof vest.
Well, that they're
I
not.
don't know that that's the wording in it, but you can't, if we catch a convicted felon with bulletproof vest, then they're going to jail.
Well, that's fine, but you're saying we have to be careful who we sell it to.
Absolutely.
Well, and
You're running a
especially-
liability.
Especially for expired vests, because you're selling somebody expired products. So
Like
you're
someone who
assuming the
just
liability.
There were places in the past that could be checked out. Military was asking when they're overseas and stuff, asking law enforcement agencies to send their expired bulletproof vests. And I think what they use, sure, it may not be as great as the brand new vest and stopping bullets, but it's something to throw on the seat and set on in case you're getting shrapnel and stuff. I mean, it still stops, so there's no doubt about it. But there are outfits that probably would take these vests and donate it to. But you're right, it's county property, and so whatever you guys want to do with it, but I'm just throwing that something to consider.
I'll look into it. We'll discuss it more later.
Okay, any other questions for Karen and the sheriff? No? Okay, thank you. That was, goes in my list of the most comprehensive, thorough review of a budget. I would say today, but you're the first one, I would say ever.
I personally.
It was good. No, I really
It
appreciate
was
it.
gonna speed it just a smidge so we could get through everything, but
We did.
I
We
like
got
it.
through.
I'm really proud of Karen.
No, no, that's good. You know your budget inside.
You know
and out,
what?
so
You
it's,
should give her a reward like a donut.
Can we have these or do we
Yes,
need to leave?
There's
these?
extras, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for
All
your
right,
time.
thank you.
Thank you,
And with
guys.
that, we're gonna take a break for about 12 minutes.
You guys need a stuffed animal or something so that you can throw it at me if I speak out.
The cookie works.
This is my.
That would work. I'll bring you one for a later date.
I have plenty.
Your email to Tim,
Yep.
where you, I believe, were trying to say unanimously.
Probably went through everything.
You,
I knew what you meant.
said
Went through
unanimously
Grammarly.
actually needs to have something.
What did it say?
But I knew what you meant.
Karen.
Coming. I'll be down.
All right.
That's, what is 4,900? Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, I can.
I'm curious what they felt with.
Yeah,
That's what I
because,
want to know what that is.
This is an issue.
If I'm always afraid of doing, I always storing my stuff.
Oh, okay,
I will talk down a little bit.
okay.
Slide out this way behind you.
Yeah, no, the rifles were.
I mean, I see people do it, so I know, so I don't know if it's possible. I don't know, I hope that they did a better job on the property.
No, they did.
I know, but the whole point is we don't want it fixed.
Oh, God.
That's was why we did the whole thing, right? Was that it had been fixed, it fixed, it fixed, it didn't work anymore. That sounds like something I would do.
That's the problem. Oh, I've done.
I had not, because I'm always like at the last minute, it's like I run out of time. And I was pouring on the new house and I knew I wanted I wasn't really sure where I wanted the electrical conduit to come in, the service into the house. And I thought I should just put a sleeve in and I can do it. And I ran out of time. The truck is there and the pump's set up. I'll just drill it later. It's no big deal. So it came time to
And
do
you
it. and-
drill it when it's greener or.
Yeah, it was, which I did do.
Oh.
I did it, of course, a few months later. And I had purposely, I knew my rebar layout, so that, and I laid it all out. And then it's like I was in a fog and I like used the layout to how I did, so I had 100% chance of hitting the rebar. And I was drilling, and of course, I'm like, God, this is not going, it was going along really good, because it was drilling a pretty good sized hole. And when I pulled the bit out to see what was going on, oh, look, I hit, yeah, it's, the cross, it's, like I have not just one piece of rebar. And it was like, oh, yeah, that's what I actually laid out, was to avoid that spot.
That is the one thing. Building a house and wanting, you learn. Like the first time, oh, I should do this and this, and then, then because there's a lot of things that you're like, oh, I could add that, that would make life really simple, a lot easier.
Good cookie, huh?
It is a good cookie.
The cookie, the donuts are good too.
Say from now on, it's nothing but maple bars. Cause I got 7 maple bars and 4 other. My wife took an other. Yeah, everybody likes maple
The
bars.
thing is, here's the deal, you can't go wrong with the maple bar. 90% of the time, it's on point.
Well, yeah, my wife
Oh,
hates
I
maple
like
bars.
it.
so
Oh, no, that's the whole
like-
point.
I say from now on, it's
And make
just,
them with, IGA makes them with bacon on.
see, I don't like bacon.
I
What I like
like the
about it-
idea, but I've never had it, because it seems like I'm
Is
mixing.
under governor proclamation, you don't have to wear a mask when you're eating.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So I guess, what's the?
Why do you think I'm eating?
No, just
That's
eat
kinda
all
the
day,
same
drink
thing.
all day.
People don't like tomatoes, but
So I sit here, take
they
a
love
sip all the time.
pizza, ketchup, and
Yeah, all those tomato-based
Oh,
products,
tomatoes,
just
based products.
tomatoes. yeah.
lasagna.
There will be nothing but a box of maple bars
All right, well, I'm bringing cupcakes on the 30th.
next time.
Cupcakes are good too.
See, if we can end up with cookies or cupcakes or something on every day.
You honestly brought your new person to this and,
Right.
and expect them
To stay around?
to stay around.
Oh, I've been doing this for years.
Okay, well, good.
This
I'm
is
glad.
very. normal. We
Just
wonder if we just throw
riveting.
people in the deep end. of the pool.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, are you used to everybody in the room picking on one person? Sometimes she says.
Depends on whether or not you deserve it.
I was gonna say, if or not, they deserve it. You know, what the best part of this, I didn't make any notes.
I wrote in my book. I didn't. I didn't write a lot.
Oh, building.
We told Karen to move her Grammarly from 35 to 49, so.
Bar number?
Because subscription should be in 4,900.
Oh, that's in the wrong spot. Well, I think that's something as far as or, just those licenses, that's something we really need to look at across the whole, the whole organization, because I know we have, like, I'm fine with stuff that people use. But I know, and I don't know if there's on different ones, if there's a way to track that to see, okay, you use this twice a year. You're not opening this up, you're not using it. Why are we paying for this?
We're trying to figure that out.
Because it's one of those things where it just rolls, oh, well, we've always had that, yeah, or how many people are in the office, oh, yeah, it's like, it gets into real money. Right, can you break that out and just use and only pay for that?
Okay.
The problem is if you need something, it's, even if it's the one time,
Well, with Google,
then you're like, oh, crap, I can't, I have
That's pretty close to Word, but Google spreadsheet is not anywhere close to Excel. So that's the problem. Excel users would kill it. Yeah, see that there. Yeah.
The only nice feature of the Google Sheets is its collaborative nature. Other than that.
I have to look up Grammarly. Oh, can't even be reached.
Hmm.
Hold on. Free, right?
Free, is that a little asterisk by free?
Free
trial.
It says instantly find and correct over 250 types of grammatical mistakes.
Of
I
the,
stand by my earlier comment.
of the big three, spell
That's what I was
checkers,
going with.
Grammarly's huge. Horrendous.
Who's who are the other?
I'd have to go through my search engine.
I was just curious.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Check your tone. Want to sound more confident.
Sorry, I had to bring up the union thing.
No, Phil, yes, no, I'm not an expert.
Do it
I was
fast.
getting uncomfortable. I was getting ready to.
No, but
No.
You know, throw something at me, turn around and.
You weren't there yet. You were, but you were
Hold up a
getting
red
there.
card, give me a yellow card first, and then the red card for the objection. Reverso.
The referee flag.
is the spell checker that's better than.
Reverso?
Reverso.
So we spend that much money per year on health. I guess.
On what?
You go to school. You get the grammar.
You get it.
I had 7 years of English class in high school.
Did you?
I did.
Through all 7 years of high school.
No, there was only 5 years, there was only 4 years of life. There was just 2 years of freshman English, 2 years of sophomore English, 2 years of junior English,
Oh, yeah?
and 1 year of senior.
And then you hit your head.
And there you go. And there you go.
Maybe we should have went to every other Thursday.
Well, we are this time.
We are this time.
Yeah.
We haven't even made it through half. of it.
Yeah, no, just the first break.
She got different, and I was missing information.
Said you should be happy.
Should, it is happy.
It's gonna be hard to find.
I'm just saying, because
No,
It's gonna be hard to find a million. I mean,
I pulled up her report, I copied it and reran it. And
yeah, but like I said, if you look at the number this year at the end of that, the number next year versus the number last year, it's roughly the same. But yet the COLA's already in there.
I opened hers, copied it.
The new money is kind of in there. That makes a big difference.
it really can't be, because 2021 was
Didn't even the prior year, so where's yours?
there's no way they can match 2020 to 2022. 7 to 9% raises for 18 people.
You cut enough $50,000 miscellaneous.
I mean, I'm not questioning their numbers.
Well, no, they may have done it by accident. Maybe he funded it.
That was
The fact that they freely removed the.
Looks like we're not gonna have a ticket writer.
Oh,
I don't see how you do it.
They did a good job, sheriff's office. Karen knows her stuff.
Karen knows her stuff. She knows.
But I mean, yeah, cutting 3 or 4%, you know, part of the 3 or 4% doesn't make a bit of a difference.
Well, it's,
I'd say death by 1,000 cuts, but when the majority of your money comes in something that's going up, all your cuts are even gonna come close to matching just that increase.
yes, yeah, exactly. And like school district and other work people, and you know, budget is predominantly.
Yes.
The salary, it's salary.
Unless you're gonna actually get rid of bodies, you're not.
well, yeah, but that then becomes a policy discussion
Well, that's the whole
because
thing.
you are capable of trimming the pork. Pork
Yeah,
comes
you have to
first.
do that.
Pork comes
Yes,
first,
right,
then there's a
right,
policy
yeah.
discussion.
Right. We've done all this stuff and
Here's the pork.
here's our problem. Now what do we do? Now we're into the next tier of things.
I've never had a problem with that, but you
But,
put 2
you
pins
know,
on your
since
window.
everybody's
so
supportive
I
of
don't
the
know what the
sheriff,
problem is with the pen.
that was
I got that eating.
See, that was where you could have had a real.
I would have. I wolfed down the last
You
of
know, I was talking to him.
my donut, my maple bar.
You don't know where he is.
Careful.
We need a little red light.
Yeah. Well, we need a little red light right here, all three of us in control. And it just kind of, you know, just a little warning for the new, now you guys are over here on the hook, just hanging,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna try to help you. Yeah, exactly. I'll be pushing the button in the morning, guys. You guys, oh, my button must have malfunctioned.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was the panic button. I panicked. All right. Good morning, Lynn. Come on up. We're getting close.
Come on down.
Come on down. The price is right.
You're plain as scratchy.
I don't know about that. This is our updated, once we got our numbers, but.
Okay.
That's the one that came in that I have, right?
No, this is as of this morning.
Oh, there's a smidge change, I guess.
Yes, Ms. James.
Oh, there is, it is different. Okay.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, we're good.
Want me to give one to them or no?
All right, I'm gonna pull that one up.
Because it's updated from what we had. Okay,
It doesn't have a 3-ring hole punch.
darn it,
How am I supposed to put it in my book?
you do this.
I'll just pick up my pen. Use your pen.
Jen's in charge of booking.
All right, so we got our. At least what we think is our most current information from Jen. Input our numbers, try to figure out our step increases, our 3% and our target. Looked at our budget that we had submitted, and then went from there. So I just read my little cover sheet. Do you want me to read the whole thing or just hit the high point?
Just hit the high.
Okay.
We've got a half an hour, so
Right.
just.
So part of our reduction will be, we won't be going to our continuing education conference that we have in the past. We'll utilize other avenues to get continuing ed credits. We won't just give out the prescriptive provisions because that adds up to be a lot of paper times many copies, and a lot of people pitch it because they already have it.
They're not like me. I like to take them.
There are those.
Then I use the wrong one because it's changed.
That's right, right. For some of our mailings, we're going to try switching to postcards versus, a full sheet of paper in an envelope. Postage is less, materials are less. We'll only send out certified mail for the very final mailing on things for, say, certificates of non-compliance, that sort of thing. We did have 2 structural drawing type programs that we were using for Amelia and I. When we switched from Struck Calc to a new one, the new one wasn't user friendly or reliable for a while. So we added in another one, but now that it's working again, we dropped that secondary one that we had. We would propose that we do not pay for large mailings. Customarily, we have just as part of their permit in part of doing business, but they can be expensive. So if it's larger than, I think we measured 11 by 16 is our largest envelope. If it's bigger than that, then they need to pay for it to be returned or come get it. That's just something we were proposing to fully meet the 3% reduction. We would unfortunately have to look at 11 furlough hours per employee each month. That would be the only way to hit the actual 3% target reduction number. It would be hard, with as busy as we are, to try to absorb that many hours. But if we only do 8 hours each employee per month, we would be short by $4,888. And for the furloughing, I would like to not all do it on the same day, just so that we can keep the inspections and plan reviews and all of that flowing. This year's just been busy enough. If anything close to that for next year, I would not want to be closed a full day. And it may backfire with a brand new building for the public to see us close a whole day. I think they're gonna expect people to be there when they come in. So that's just my pitch on that part, is that we all amongst the employees, arrange those days off between ourselves. And if we get to it, say like 4 hours off of each or 5 hours off of each pay period, then it's a little easier for the budgeting, for my employees to know what their paychecks will be, for their expenses and their bills in their personal world. But then like, say Cindy and Rebecca and Jean and Amelia who travel to work, if they could take it in, one day that month instead of 2 half days. I mean, as long as we're hitting the hour target. But that's kind of where we're at. From what we could calculate last night and yesterday afternoon.
Okay, questions?
How far are you guys currently behind in planning reviews?
5 weeks.
And if you start taking furloughs, how much further are you gonna be behind?
Probably 5 to 6 weeks, I'm guessing, because Amelia has been finishing up her maternity leave. And she's been taking it 2 days a week because she didn't want to take it all at once in the summer, which I very much appreciate. But that puts her there only 3 days a week. So that's a lot of the reason why we're at the 6 weeks out, 6 to 7 weeks out, because she hasn't been there 40 hours a week, but she's using, her time that she has allotted to her and coming to her. So my hunch is we'd be kind of in that same boat.
Same ballpark.
Mhm. Yeah, we are on number 313 for submissions. And last year we hit 300 on October 20th. So we're a bit ahead.
So, 2% increase in permit fees, how much is that expected to raise?
You have that number there. I didn't include it because I didn't know if we could include it,
No, it's included in those figures.
but not in what I did
Oh,
with that.
the proposed budget figures includes the 2% increase. So from what 2020 actual was.
Revenue, yeah, you got more.
Yeah.
I have so much trouble getting through math. It drives me nuts. I heard revenues, are they?
Are they restricted? They would be restricted in that permit fees in the department they have to be used in the
Exactly.
department, and we were prohibited from making money off of permit fees to transfer to other.
And there's only certain bars numbers we're allowed to use them for.
Right, so they would have, yeah,
Because that's one thing the state auditors always
Right.
verify with
right,
us.
because that came from, there was some legislation that, because there was apparently, there were a couple of
Yeah.
counties that were charging fees in excess of the cost of providing the service, and they were using it as a revenue source that they were
Right.
transferring to other. So
So they're very
they're really
wary of
cranky about that. They haven't audited that, and
They
it's
check
like,
us every time.
yeah, it's really easy to me,
Right.
because our permit fees don't cover the cost to provide
And
the
plan
permit.
review throws them for a loop every time. Because they're like, you can't use planning. It's like, no,
It's
not
planning, it's
And
the plan.
Yeah.
Call it blueprint review fee.
Yeah,
or-
yeah. So that's been a discussion a few times to educate them. But, short of having more in-depth discussion with everyone here, that's kind of where we ended it last night until today.
So your revenue line in our book includes is already factored in the 2% increase. Okay.
With our best guess on
Best guess,
how
'cause
many,
it's always-
on how many permits,
Right.
yeah.
If I go to Jen's beautiful color.
I know, you gotta cut it out. and record it.
For the ink.
No, you keep using the ink because I makes it easier for me to
I'm gonna need a
digest.
color copier.
Yeah.
One per building. Doesn't work very well.
And I don't know, this is your opportunity to, present your budget, and it'll be up to the board later to have the policy discussion on that. The 2% fee increase was, that's an arbitrary thing that the board put in really only, I think, last year or the year before.
A couple years ago, but.
A Couple of years ago, we
waived
waived
last
it
year.
during COVID. It should be noted that our permit fees are still significantly under
Mhm,
both the cost to provide the service and our comparable
correct,
county, other
by
counties that are
quite a bit.
quite a bit different than anybody else. And we purposefully subsidize those services. So
We're just wondering, is the 2%, what was that number based on? Is that,
nothing.
okay.
The reason we did it is because we.
It was 2% more than zero.
Right.
So that's my question that I've kind of always
Well,
had.
duh.
Is I understand the previous boards always subsidized it because we can. But
If we can't, that's, I said,
we
that's
can't,
a discussion to have.
And that would change our fee schedule and, there are jurisdictions that use the fee schedule that's in the IBC and IRC. They're substantially more than what we charged. When we did the study, we knew we were behind, but we would have infrequent increases. And then when it was 8 or 10%, people were like shocked. And so then that's when I came to the board and said, if we do 2% every year, we're at least trying to keep up with the cost of doing business, but we know we're still behind.
Actually, yeah, 2%. I think we were trying to target more like the CPI inflation.
Thank you.
Where it's not an actual increase, but it's a different discussion of, an actual, because that's a tool the board could use to generate more revenue, and it is targeted to the folks that are actually using the service. And not that they're being one of those people, former people, they don't like that, of course. And there has always been, you said we didn't need to, so we didn't, and so it
It's
was.
still $45,000 for a permit in Portland.
Right.
Here, and,
Our fees are very reasonable.
We'll try and track these as we go through the
Right.
process, and when we get to the other side,
Right.
we'll have. them.
When we come out the other side and that number is still not what it needs to be.
Yeah, that side.
Yeah, that side.
But we are, as you said, behind a lot of areas, substantially. I think when we did the study, it was like 18 to 30%, depending upon which county you were looking in.
And understanding we're in no danger of running into an audit problem with us generating surplus revenue to the cost to provide the service.
We've got 560,000 coming in. And total expenses of 514,000. There's a delta there. So this is one of those departments, just speaking amongst us, that if they can bring in the money to cover their expenses and everything from the permit fees, and it's budget neutral in essence to the general fund, then I'm totally fine. as long as it's budget neutral and they can cover it. I don't need furloughs. The people that are turning in plan reviews, I'm sure would much rather have a 2-week turnaround and pay a little bit more than a 6-week turnaround. And they're the ones that are covering this budget's expenses.
They're paying for their own budget. So if I cut them, what did I really accomplish? I didn't get to put any money in my coffers to put it in a different department.
Because you can't.
Because you can't.
So if they need to raise fees to cover costs, as far as I'm concerned, they just need to let me know what fees they need to raise, and we need to have that discussion and move forward with it. Be my-
We've advertised once or twice for the 2%. Right, yeah, in the newspaper, but if we have to change that, we will. But that was part of what we agreed to several years back, was that we would let the public know several months in advance to the increase.
So we've had, and we didn't last year, right? We didn't. use-
We waived it.
We waived
because
it
of
last year.
COVID.
Even though building went through the roof, we waived, right?
Mhm.
Uh,
As a good faith measure due to COVID. The same as Public Works waived the water increase in Dallas.
Everything around where we wanted it, even though, right, it was across the board. Even though you could argue if you're building, you're probably fine.
Yes, but we were trying to play nice.
Right.
And be fair across.
And be
Fair across the board, so we did.
So my personal would be put in the furlough, put that back in. Bring me the revenues, bring me the expenses between the two of them. And then we look at those numbers, and because we waived it last year when we probably didn't need to, I would be open for making sure if it's another 2% to come whole. I know inflation's 3+%, running higher than that. So 2% isn't even covering it.
So,
And if you have a pissed off contract, you can send it up.
So, yeah, I want actual revenues, actual expenditures, and then tell me what the permit fee increase needs to be to get you whole.
okay, so if it's
But
4%.
to cover,
Okay,
what does the fee need to be to cover the, so we don't have the furloughs? Because I would agree, I think especially right now, where that's one of those services the public is not, because we're already behind,
mhm.
where we are getting people complaining, as you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I'm passing those on to you where people are upset. And I think it's one of those situations where the public will reasonably be okay.
And we have such a small building window.
Right.
That we do our best to, get those out in as timely fashion as possible.
That if this really is one of the circumstance of where if you do this, it will actually degrade service to the public. And we're already in not a great
Pushing
spot.
Yeah,
So yeah, what that would need to be to
Okay.
cover the staff shortfall.
But we also need to also have the conversation that, code compliance used to be in this department. That was part of, building fees and everything kind of went into that code compliance piece. We're pulling that out. We were looking at $480,000 last year. We didn't have a code compliance officer most of that time. Now we're looking at $514,000, 8.5% increase. But we pulled out code compliance.
Well, clarification,
I
did
just-
we, in the budget, code compliance is still in the budget.
and so what,
I spoke with the chair, and due to Kayenta and the unknowns of where we were going to try and put this code compliance and the building of a brand new budget to get through this process and work out all of those kinks. There are sub-departments within the building budget.
We left it in there.
And we left those in there, so they're identifiable under the code and nuisance.
Well, that brings up my question that I've had, but I've been waiting for us to get to this point. Do the fees that they charge for permits and whatnot, are they usable on code compliance?
They are not.
They are not. only for the building, for, inspection and.
Right.
So she's only able to make herself whole with the fees. We're still covering code compliance.
Correct, which is why Jen did the breakout. So we had our 2020 actual, less the code enforcement to get to that subtotal, add our step increases to get that number, and then do our 3%.
So we've never been able to use any of that code compliance coming out of the revenues from the department.
No, we're
We
prohibited.
can only use it for building permit related stuff.
Got it.
At least since the RCW was passed 10 years or so ago. Because I think there was 2 counties that were had really high permit, because it was a really easy way to make money, and then they took it here and, we'll use it for whatever.
Economic development.
Economic development, or better meals in the jail. I don't know. 2 scoops of peanut butter instead of only one. I don't know. So so we can't do it. That's why we get audited too.
Mhm. And they do.
They do
every
audit
year.
that because they want to make sure that's not what we're doing.
Mhm.
Even though I would suspect we don't do it for anybody else, but like we don't, and that I don't even want to, never mind. As far as I was thinking of we don't charge any overhead, we don't have, because that's one thing that we don't do, because I know some counties do that where they try to capture more of that allowable expense. They would build the building to put the building part for a portion of the building and the heating
They
and
would
the.
lease the building.
They would
from
lease
us.
the building
Yeah.
from us, and that could get paid for out of those permit fees.
Right.
But since we're subsidizing the permit fees already, there's no, or we're still gonna be subsidizing
know.
them. It'll just be less now.
Yeah. So when do you want our new revised numbers to know the percentage of what we need to increase permits by?
Well, before we get out the end of our first preliminary
Okay.
shot through, so that we're working, because we're gonna take all this, we're gonna have our workshops with the departments over the next several Thursdays, and when we get done with that, then the board's gonna have to sit down and start. And one of the ways we're gonna fix, we want to see those numbers to
So we'll
find
just
out.
have,
We'll let you
give me
know
a
when
new
the
number, a
revision
new
is due.
date, okay.
We're
So you
currently,
got a little time.
we're currently slated to raise them the 2% on October 1st.
Our budget meetings go through the 14th of October.
But then we could,
But we could do a secondary increase.
Just raise it and then raise it again. if it needs to be.
and then like the
Say
next
like
raise would
January
be January 1st, then wouldn't it?
Right, because it would be for the next budget,
Right,
biennium,
right.
the next.
So
budget
effective
year.
January 1st is
First would
going
be
to
the
be
new raise,
another,
right,
an additional percent of whatever.
whatever it is.
Okay. All right.
But that one-
Yeah, that'll probably be, will that be a public hearing item? Or will
Yeah,
that be a resolution type thing without a public hearing? I'm just, so I know what to prepare for.
Raising fees and-
Mhm.
I would think it would be a public hearing, but it could be anytime we raise fees.
Because part of
But
what,
when we do our sewer fees and everything, it's a public hearing during a regular, anytime you're gonna, it's a regular
Right.
board meeting. So,
because it's updating our current fee schedule
right,
beyond what we had agreed to in the verbiage originally.
that we advertise, so we would have to have another public hearing
Okay.
because we're changing that. I don't know if it has to be its own, or if it could be incorporated into the budget public hearing,
Public
because
hearing.
that will
That makes
be by
sense.
it can all be,
Right.
because as we make all these adjustments, I think, we could have one master hearing
As a whole.
as a whole, rather than take each piecemeal over.
That makes sense. That
Yeah,
makes
I mean,
sense,
why
yeah.
should that have its
yeah.
own hearing?
And I was only thinking of that because when we changed the title verbiage to do the 2%,
That was an off.
that was in the
That was
original
off,
one,
right.
yeah,
That was on the off
Right,
time.
that's.
yeah.
So, okay, other questions, comments? Pretty easy,
All
very
right,
easy.
we'll go back to work.
We didn't bring any cookies.
Crunch more numbers.
I think we have plenty of cookies.
I know.
These are the
Next
AM
time.
cookies. We have PM cookies too.
Yeah.
That's right. Now we'll go back to our number crunching.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Separate. Not all.
right, all buried in there.
And there'd probably be other fee increases you may consider as well.
Yeah, that would probably be a wise, because it can, I mean, for ease of doing it, put it all together, but you're gonna have one or two people out there trying to say you're hiding something, so just make it
I
separate.
didn't want to put Lynn on the
Then they
spot.
don't worry about it.
From a building perspective, is there a point diminishing returns where someone will say it's too expensive to build in this county? I'm gonna go, I mean.
No, not in this county.
Not right now, and our rates,
Property
as they said,
values.
our closest competitor is 18% more. And so on average, we're between 18 and 30% at the last of our permit fees, our expenses are, so it's like we are knowingly subsidizing those rates. And I think that is a great thing when you can afford to do that. Because it's a way of taking that, because we all know where that comes from.
Right.
And it's a way to spread out that benefit to more, that you buy down different things and that's what we do. But if you get to a certain point where you can't do that anymore, then you have to kind of start pulling some of that back, and people got to pay their own way. And
Do you like to motion for recess?
yes, we will. I don't know that
By we and you.
did we, are you suggesting? Yes. Yeah, we will now adjourn for lunch. We will be back, I believe, at 1 o'clock or what. 1 o'clock. Riveting. Halfway through the first day, we got a single minute.
Double check on those fees. If her fees are in the code, then she would have to have a separate. public
Said,
hearing.
I'm at the point where I'd rather have a separate one just to transparency's sake. It's not like you have a 5-minute public hearing and nobody testified.
Once you have an automatic 2%, you have that. public
Right, then
hearing.
it's automatic, but if you're gonna change that, I think you have to have another.
For-
So can
It's
you,
your time of the year. Boys, you
kick us
going-
off? Let us
Sorry.
know. Let's give it
Check for citizen comment, how it's real.
Oh. Fill in Tuesday. Yeah, I'd love to hear comments from these citizens. So, be good. Well, welcome. So, guess we'll go like we normally do. If you want to go through it, if there's some budget highlights, things that you want to raise, and then we booked lots of time in case there's questions from folks. And
Yeah,
we'll go from there.
just more than our normal. So, the budget memo pretty much explains it that, in addition to the assessment, we do some other weed control projects for other agencies and some for private citizens, to help with their noxious weed troubles. And, it generates about an estimated $35,000 additional above and beyond the assessment revenue. The assessment revenue comes out to pretty much about $103,000 a year, which really doesn't cover our whole department so much. So without the other additional revenue, we would barely be able to function. So. Well, as you know, we had one of our positions changed with our roadside spray technician. Now we have the road department took over that position, and they'll keep them through the winter as well. Then our expenses we don't spend more than what we generate or get, so we live within our budget. That's pretty much how. I just want to make sure you understand that. So, we continue to work with landowners across the entire county and agencies. We try to work with everybody. we're involved with the Conservation District and other, well, Conservation District and Natural Resource and Conservation Service with some projects, skeleton weed. We're also involved with Columbia River Gorge Cooperative Weed Management Area. And one of the projects we're going to try to tackle on a larger scale is the skeleton weed. It's just gone rampant across our county.
Yes, it has.
And so, and it's not just us, all the agencies and everybody in the general area. So we're working together to put together some sort of a management group on that, hopefully. And there's probably some ownership changes and things going on the well, most all of the timber grounds in the county. So we're kind of keeping track of that, trying to make sure we're in the loop on the ownership changes. So we can work with those, whoever takes it over.
Would you anticipate with those changes that there could be that maybe they would discontinue some of their services as far as the private folks that
we would?
contract? No, that they would.
Oh, but they would, like,
I
possibly,
mean, it's potentially possible,
yeah.
so. But nothing's been communicated yet as far as, so as far as we know, you know, it's just business as usual with the current landowners.
Correct. One of the things the weed board brought up, well, I guess going through the budget, there's really nothing new or anything steps out as far as what our expenditures, we cut back a little bit on the office manager, cut back to lower hours to make our budget balance. And well, I'm actually the only full-time employee, and we hired a seasonal worker for the summer. So I wasn't able to utilize the apprentice type program this year, so.
Yes.
So this budget does roll your hours back.
Last year, we rolled them back and we're
Last year.
keeping them back this
Not-
year. Yeah.
Wasn't a result of the 3%.
No, it was last year based on the balance of budget. And then we just kept it rolled back.
Well, one of the things the weed board is, we discussed at our last weed board meeting was to possibly look at raising our assessment rate and for future so that we could stay solvent for the future. So we got some figures from the treasurer for parcels and private and timber parcels. Timber parcels are assessed at 1/10 rate, and timber acreage is also assessed at 1/10 of the same rate. So we were looking at, we're at $6 a parcel, 4 cents per acre. And so it actually generates about $102,201. And the weed board proposed that we go up to $12 a parcel. And that would, and leave it at 4 cents per acre. And that would raise the total revenue to $173,000 roughly. But so that way we haven't gone back for an assessment increase for 9 years, I believe it is.
10,
10
10, 2012. was last.
Have you, I'm just used to sitting in the back chair. I swear I've heard that conversation. Have you brought this up before? About raising this up possibly, or?
Not recently, no. We were gonna have to approach it eventually just in order to stay. Unless the other option would be to get revenue out of a different route,
I
but
think you piggyback.
come back to you guys and,
If the weed board wanted to change that, those rates, would they just vote on that and do it, or would it have to come to us?
No, it has 2 public hearings, actually. We would advertise and have a weed board public hearing, and then whatever the weed board comes out with, then we come to you
With that proposal for us to have a public hearing.
Yes, and at that point, then generally we hear yay or nay on that sort of thing, so.
So it'd be similar, it should be the same process with the conservation district when we adjusted the rates and
Maybe
charges.
that was the rate.
That's probably the one you're remembering.
Oh, yeah, it would be
We
the
did that when we raised.
2 years ago or something.
Yeah,
3 years ago.
really for the same reason as far as for how to
Right.
keep these
Inflation is inflation.
districts
so-
solvent. If your fee has been the same for 10 years,
Yeah.
cost has not, and there is no, I mean, that's one thing I think it's important for folks to know that they don't is like, we're not putting any general fund dollars into you
Right.
are totally 100%
Self-sufficient.
self-sufficient as far as you get your assessment
Right,
and then your other contract work that you do with folks, that's 100% of your budget.
that is, yeah,
It's not, there's no, so I was kind of wondering about, because we had asked folks to, for a 3% reduction. But in some sense, we applied that uniformly across the whole thing, even though in certain circumstances, that's not really our call.
That
That's
doesn't pertain.
to you folks.
we still, yeah, we won't spend more than we have. That's
Right.
right. We've tried to always have some carryover, so it carries us through to the next assessment.
Yeah,
period.
but I can see from your fund balance that, things are, there's some adjustments gonna have to happen at some point.
Yeah.
They're paying right, we are.
Yeah, well,
The lines are gonna cross
Yeah.
into the ground at some
because we
point.
bought a new pickup and then that side by side, and that ate up about $40,000 out of our money, but we'd saved up for years.
Yeah, say you bought, as I recall that when you said you were gonna do that.
Yeah.
The one you were replacing.
Yeah, the pickup I had 240-some thousand
Right.
miles on it and was 20 years old, and it was time to replace it,
Right.
so. And because you gotta have something reliable.
Right.
Yesterday I was in Alderdale, the day before I was in Trout Lake, so, it's
Does
Big
the-
county.
covering,
Yeah.
yeah,
does
so,
the weed board have another meeting scheduled to further discuss raising the rates or?
yeah,
is it
we'll.
just Kind of on hold.
Well, no, they voted on last meeting that they would pursue that, so probably next spring or February or so, we'll probably look at doing that public hearing and see about it. And then after that, will probably be, I don't know, April or something like that before we come here to try to.
So you're not looking at getting that on the levy until 2023? right?
Correct. Yeah. That's what would be, sorry, I'm just giving you forewarning here that that's probably the route we're planning on
So
going and hoping that
around.
you could be supportive or, or if not supportive, but at least aware of what's going on.
I'm supportive.
Okay. But other than that, that's where our budget is pretty straightforward. We don't have a lot of, there's no fluff in there. So
I paid mine $90-some-odd.
you got 90 some. Yeah.
It was that much.
It might need it again, because I got the skeleton weed back again.
It'd be one of those private.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
That's $6 a parcel and 4 cents an
You
acre?
save 90 more, do another treatment. Yeah.
No, mine was more than 4 cents an acre since it was only about 5 acres.
Yeah.
Marty could be the standard bearer for the VRNR.
Yeah, 20 years.
Couple 100,000 miles.
Yeah.
Well, I guess.
He said 240 something.
Yeah.
If I remember right.
Yeah, it's in the surplus. It's available. If anybody wants to. pay.
Well maintained.
Yeah.
Well maintained.
Got it. You made it. Probably get another round.
Yeah.
Probably. It's got diesel, 5-speed, so.
Doesn't the code compliance officer need a new vehicle? It's a truck.
Yeah. It needs some.
By the time we're done,
You better give us something.
when weed's done with it, it's done.
It's had.
Still, I'm sure it's, but
It was used for what it was.
he wouldn't have let it go if it was,
That's right.
could have got another year or two out of it.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Any questions for?
Nope.
No. Nope. Thank you.
You going up the roundup, Rob?
No,
Not gonna make it? No. I'll try to hold up your end. man.
I appreciate that.
Not this weekend. All right, well, thank you.
Next,
Have fun up there.
yeah, all right. Thank you, thank you, sir.
Guys, thank you.
Oh, while we're waiting for planning, any general budget discussion?
You might see it.
Anybody has, or anything from the peanut gallery?
Brenda bought her team with her.
She did.
Yeah, what are they all
In case there
doing?
was a riot, she had to have some backup.
Well, at least I like that they're in here, because last year they were over there in the party room.
Yeah, we're
That I was like 3 weeks in before I knew it existed.
part of our wellness program.
The wellness
I gave 10
program.
pounds over there.
Yeah. Where there was, yeah,
Where there was cookies and they didn't bring.
yeah, there was hot, there was heavy hors d'oeuvres
Oh, it's
going on.
great.
over there.
We had a caterer.
It was great.
We were oblivious till I like inadvertently stumbled into it.
I don't think you had the one dinner we have a year near Christmas time.
Yeah,
We didn't have the disco ball on. when-
yeah, I was glad I,
Good time.
No dancing
girls.
no, yeah, the dancing girls and the.
They got coffee across the hall.
Yeah, well, we can work on our homework then.
I got time to see you over there real quick.
Yep.
There, if they don't, I have a little single cupper. There.
What day and time did you put WSU's budget workshop on? That too. I'll have to look. You say you're speaking with me?
No.
I think I did.
Nice.
That kind of.
I broke my good glasses. I got it
3:00.
on
First.
the 21st.
Thank you.
The 21st, it must be next.
You have a Board of Health meeting at 2, that usually runs an hour, and then she'll follow the Board of Health.
Oh. The 21st of this month.
Yeah, yes.
Oh.
She can't do Thursday. You said 3? 3, thank you.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
gonna need-
Actually, 3:15, because they have a presentation at 3.
Okay.
It's National 4-H Week.
See, well, we got a few minutes. Let's see about the space at, oh no, was it you? It was Dave McClure. Sorry. You're like, okay, sure. I saw him walking back from lunch, so gave me a task.
We know in the future that we'd only needs 15 minutes max.
Well, yeah, we,
Yeah, I knew gave it a 30, thinking, Marty has
Well,
for 30
it's-
minutes,
it's
it's not
usually-
right.
you give him 15 and he uses 6.
Yeah.
This time we gave him 30 and he used.
That's more than he talked and you charged 70.
Actually, a lot of coffee over there.
Oh, did you? No. Went to college with his sister. Yeah. His family's very important to the roundup, very involved.
That seems fitting.
His dad was a big guy. I mean, his dad was a mountain of a man, just huge. Gentle soul.
Not surprising at all.
Yeah. I always tell everybody, if
Had to come from
I ever
somebody.
met Abe Lincoln, that's how I think he would look like, and sound like.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Maybe close your eyes, it's just same story, different locations, budget, city, whatever.
Different acronyms and.
Yeah, they do take a little different, this side of the river, yeah, but for sure. Particularly don't have three. Say you're only gonna have three.
I didn't say that. I said I'll have 3 this afternoon. I even went light on the lunch so I could eat more cookies.
I didn't even think of that.
You should have built a kitchen.
You
in the
didn't,
new
did you?
building. Well, there is a kitchen in the new building. There's a stove up on the break.
Yeah, before.
And there's gonna be
I
a
was gonna
barbecue on the
open-
roof.
Yeah, there's actual stove. in
You
the
can open a restaurant.
No, online bakery.
Really?
Just do online bakery, so.
Can I have all the steaks?
That's how you're gonna.
Before COVID, I was.
That's gonna help fund our budget. It's gonna balance our budget cookie sales, right?
We're gonna call it Jen's Bake Sale.
I made Leah in the auditor's office her birthday cake my first year here with a little fondant snowman on top of it. She kept that thing for like 3 years. She might still have
They
it.
say you can use it.
It's not
Yeah,
good.
it's not.
Not my favorite.
What's not good?
Fondant.
Not, you know, the stuff they use. for like-
Like a
No,
marshmallow.
I don't like that. Got a name? Got a business name? There, I say one there.
No.
They might-
That's what that's gonna say. Oh, really? And then you did.
Brenda started, it was Brenda's. fault.
What?
Nothing. You say you're guilty.
Brenda, Joaquin. Okay.
It's an infamous group we're in.
Ready to choke.
I missed something. I was looking at my email.
This is like the general fund.
Mhm.
Yes, it is.
But the
Shrinking.
other side is-
I'm shrinking. Only the treasurer would say that. Right. Current year was 16, proposed reduction 3%, 14, but the proposed is 19. So you can just do 3% across the board.
Plenty.
Look more closely.
Ellen knows it doesn't include 2021. Like in her case, a new employee, how did she had, how did she make the cuts and then fund the new employee? And the Gymnastics we had to get through. 2021.
Hey, do we have any applicants yet?
3.
Where's your sheet?
You have planning experience.
Really?
Most recent one's in Seattle area. Look at it, masters in urban planning, but. So, yeah, 2 so far, 2.
Where's the other one?
Insurance.
Look at your sheet.
Unfortunately.
Because look at this, insurance, 14, current year 16, next year would be 14, but the proposed is 19.
No, that's what I'm saying. This is the 3%.
That's it, right, that's.
I know she did, well, she did 2 different.
Yeah, but then put the proposed.
Well, I understand that. I'm just saying on the
Yeah.
3%.
Well,
she did a line
I'm
item
not
of
trying to
3%.
that it stays that.
Because then you can see what it would look like. Does it make sense there? Like, I see.
Everywhere. I was.
But that wasn't the proposed.
Well, the
It's a
3%.
skin
is-
burn though, you can for valid. Yeah.
How'd you get
I-
three?
it could have.
Because I'm too far away.
I'm gonna have.
Are you too far away to go?
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Mochi.
Well, thank you. So I don't really know how to make this work. So I'm just gonna blow some numbers out and then.
See what
go
sticks.
there. Yeah. So I don't know what's in front of you. I know the information loaded to Cayenta is the one that I prepared based upon the direction that we need to do with like 3% reduction in the 2020 actual. And I provided like a funding department memo and there's a attachment to it. So in that attachment, it include a 3% reduction. And then also include another column is for the 2022 proposed planning department budget. And my memo is actually focused on the 2022 proposed. That is not following the 3% reduction, but rather that was built in accordance with last year's trend and planning department's priorities for 2022. So the two line items that you may find the numbers are rather large. So one is under the salaries and benefits, but that is a result of we have given additional FTE and also with all the schedule step increase for the current planning staff. And then the second line item that is going to have a substantial increase is professional services. Professional services could be for like the fees that we'll pay the consultant to help planning department to conclude like a couple of state mandated policy and plan, like the shoreline master plan, as well as the critical areas update. So those two are still under work, and we are in the process of getting a draft for the critical areas ordinance out, hopefully in October this year. And then we'll be able to go through the planning process and ideally to get it adopted early 2022. But that's the fees, in conjunction with the consultant fees that we are responsible for. The $90,000 for the professional services, some of those will be covered under a state grant if we choose to accept the grant. And I talked with someone from ecology because the grant is actually from ecology for the SMP update. Most likely the county will receive $84,000 for that. But I don't anticipate we spend the whole $84,000 next year. I think we probably would spend about 55,000 of the 84. And
Just the SMP, not critical areas.
right, because that is for the SMP. And then, we have our other revenue source would be from application fees. If people wants to get an ordinance from us, if this is electronically, we don't charge them, but if they want their paper copies for maps or whatever, then we'll charge. I just want to, make sure you know for professional services, even though the dollar amount is high, but portion of it will be covered under the grant, and a lot of the larger projects, we will have a reimbursement agreement in place. And so anything beyond staff time, like any other expenditures, you'll be covered under the reimbursement agreement.
Is that an accurate statement for the current budget year? Meaning, so I'm comparing apples to apples. So if our professional service line item in the 21 budget, of that number, how much of that is not covered by either a reimbursement agreement or grants, and other than staff time, which we're paying for in other ways?
So currently we have 35,000 for 2021. We already spent more than $35,000 for it. But
Oh, well, but that's the hearing exam.
That's a hearings
Of
examiner.
I'm hoping like 25,000 of it will be reimbursed, even though you will not be putting back to the same line item.
Right.
But it will be covered under the reimbursement agreement. And then we are still paying for our consultant helping us doing the critical areas update, and those are counties.
County dollars.
Yeah.
How deep are we into that CAO update with the consultant?
I'm sorry. what's that?
How much have we spent on the consultant on critical areas update?
So far, it's really minimal because we have a $35,000 contract with them as the on-call consultant. And they are the same consultant doing the SMP updates and critical areas update. And for right now, they've only been charging about maybe 15,000 to date for the CAO update so far. But we are, like I said, we've been having all these discussions about a newer draft, so I'm sure we will have invoice to have a higher amount. But we did allocate about 30 grand for the CAO update.
And that's 100% county dollars.
Yeah. And so for the 2022 budget, not counting for professional services, if we just look at the categories for supplies, other services and charges, I did cut, in different area. So even though it may not be a big number, but overall we're asking for less when we compare to the 2021 budget. It's just really difficult to rely upon the 2020 actual to make that work, because in 2020, we actually did not do any kind of planning commission board of adjustment. If we did that, it's all over the Zoom meeting. So it's no actual travel time. We asked for additional dollars for the 2021 budget because we anticipate to send staff members to attend in-person training. So we have more money for training purposes, for travel purposes, accommodations, reservations, and whatnot. But we didn't do any of those in 2020. And we're hoping we can still have some dollar, budget, anticipating that we can attend those trainings opportunities in 2022.
Looking at my notes. Okay, I just wanted to be sure. So the proposed budget includes the additional, as far as the labor costs of the senior planner. Okay, I just wanted to be sure.
But not on. Oh, there it is. It's on page.
I assume just because of the difference between prior year and proposed year.
Everybody had increases in 2021, but it's not like much had an employee added, so. Would have been 2020 actual.
Right. Right. So that's outside
Might have an employee added. We're still waiting for that employee, but
Possible.
There's been a couple of unicorns hired in the last.
Yeah.
What is this?
We have a unicorn in the room right
Good
now.
thing.
Unicorn.
You're a
Good
unicorn.
thing.
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
Yeah. It's a very sought after mythical creature.
Hard to find.
Hard to find.
The unicorn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
she's just buttering us up, waiting for us to get to the IT fiscal budget.
Down the road.
We can butter us up. We get.
We're gonna wait till you wore out.
Good strategy. Okay, questions for motion?
You have to talk for 25 more minutes.
Yeah, we're,
What's for dinner?
yeah. Cookies, cookies, leftover donuts.
Is there any grants available for the CAO at all? I mean,
That's potentially a grant, actually. It just started September 1 and it's going to close mid-October. It's a competitive grant from ecology. We can potentially apply for it and do some mapping. But I do have some concerns about, because those mapping would be like SMP or CAO related. So we can try to apply for and ask our consultant to do some mapping, for example, for the channel migration zone or the critical aquifer recharge areas, which will be something that I know like some agencies or tribes that they did express concern about. Right now, currently, county doesn't have a map that is readily available to show those areas. So we can potentially ask for the grant and do those mapping. But once we have those maps, then we have to make use of those maps. And right now, I don't know if we have sufficient resources to implement what we find on those maps. So I'm looking at the details for that grant to see if there's additional things that we have to do after we have those maps created. So I just want to make sure that I know what we're getting ourselves into before we do that. So that's potentially just an additional grant. The dollar amount could be anywhere from maybe like 50,000 to 100,000 maximum.
So we've already got the draft for what the feds have been doing in the LiDAR on all the creating the channel migration zone, like all that, we can figure that out. Should be an easy mapping exercise. Critical aquifer recharge areas, that one's a little more nebulous in my mind.
We talked with our consultant about that, and they actually is of the opinion about the critical aquifer recharge area, because right now we're just doing protection zone with group A water system.
Well,
right. So those information is more like an exercise of compiling those and then do some analysis with the soil conditions and whatnot. And so they actually felt the Kara maps will be quicker and easier to do. So if you are
So that's the
interested-
only thing that we would have to map is the critical aquifer recharge areas around Group
Public water,
A.
yeah,
public
group
water
A
supplies.
and group B possibly, but other than that, we
Well,
don't
Group
do.
B would be, that's a bigger universe.
Yeah.
But right now, the regulations or for Department of Health is just for group A water system.
and don't we already, I mean, when they drilled their wells on most of those group A's, they already have their critical aquifer recharge area. We just have to put that on a map.
Right, we just need to collect those information and compile that and make them like a centralized location. I mean, we can certainly apply for the grant and see what happened and then decide whether we want to take it.
That's true. I mean, we're not obligated if we were awarded.
So if you're interested, I can, because that's a really short application window. I have to work on it.
So back to the SMP grant and from ecology, when will we know, as far as like we assume we're,
I'm just the type of person that until I see something in writing,
Right.
tell me that that's really is for you, then I will believe that. But I talk with multiple personnel at Department of Ecology. Essentially, this money is already allocated to counties who is required to do the shoreline master plan update, like a periodic update. It just so happened that our county has not completed the comprehensive update. And so I know for a fact that we will have it, but we just don't have any paperwork to show that yet. I did submit the application to ecology and I did talk with staff over there. So right now the status is just showing that we submitted our application, nothing further. But I did ask our contact there to look and make sure I didn't miss anything, just so to get complete the process. So I don't have a good response to you other than everybody guarantee that money will come to us if we want it.
okay.
I just
have many notes on yours, so.
Okay,
Neither do I.
so what will be the next step? Do I need to submit the revised numbers to physical?
We'll let all the departments know and all the revised budgets. Bring their, same time.
Okay. Okay. All right,
There's nothing more, you're good?
all right, well, thank you very much.
Get out one. Yeah.
Guess I'm all done.
So the shorter the time
There's
you're here,
cookies
the
and
probably the
donuts.
better that is
Take
for you.
the-
Not too sleepy. so
Oh,
thank
too
you.
sleepy.
Isn't it weird that the building can practically pay for itself? Planning can't come up with a tenth of the budget.
No, because we don't charge for planning fees. Only for planning services.
But it's so much more expensive.
Does anybody charge for planning service?
You can do, if you're fully planning or GMA, you can have impact fees that you can.
But that's not much there, is it?
No, it can be a lot.
It can be a huge amount.
Huge amount on big development.
On big development.
Oh, on big development.
Not on the individual, like the mom and pop, anything. you
It's
can
just
do.
doing a property line boundary adjustment or
Yeah,
something.
there's,
Well,
you're
I
not
mean,
gonna,
you can get impact fees for roads, you can get impact fees for septic sewer, like all sorts of things. But down in Clark County, they put it on everything, right? So if your impact fees on a 2-lot subdivision, it's a big, really good number, and on a like a 50-lot subdivision, it's a really.
Yeah, I just don't understand why there's not. I mean, you're asking for a service. Service. I mean, you know, it's a minimal fee.
but the argument is that's what I pay taxes for. It's already in that general fund property tax assessment.
How's that work?
Yeah, well, let's look at the chart.
How's that
Let
working
me-
out?
let me show you.
Let me say the same thing with your building.
Yeah,
I would, yeah, you know.
yeah, well, and there's folks that say that too, all the time. Why do I have to pay this? I pay taxes. And it's like, let me show you the,
Technically, your taxes pay for the shit.
yeah, that's all you're paying.
And that's it.
Oh, that's fine. I just was
Not
not.
you.
No, I'm good. I just wanted to.
Well, it's gonna come down to them. Do you want to pay an impact? So you have like 2 less employees. And your permit taking 4 more months. We can operate like the courts commission with less funding. But I don't really want that.
I just was trying to make sure. It's good because I was like,
See, now, if we were keeping the bar graph on the amount of money that cut so far, it hasn't been down at all. 3/4 of the way through the first day.
Still have not saved
And we're a plus 300,000.
And you know what every bit of that is?
Inflation and wages.
in 2021. Significant amount of money.
Who's next? Call them up.
If they could be early. Yeah.
I have no problem leaving before 5.
Just trying not to make Renee cry.
Is that the?
It's in your book, like she put it in your book, she just handed it. You do filing service.
Yeah, because it is fileable within my.
I think it was stuff that you always put in the book before, like, don't be a dumb.
Without actually talking about name here on the code enforcement,
Mhm.
there's a lot of details to be discussed, and I didn't know when you guys talked to us today, but like PC, cell phone. I got temporary housing resolved. I'm not really involved in all that other, I don't get this stuff, so I don't know where you want me to.
we talk about it on Tuesday.
Okay. We got that board pending.
She will be down shortly. She's working at the policy recordings.
Is your temporary housing, Rob?
Sorry, it's okay. And then,
You have to behave yourself.
yeah, so the next state entitlements, that money, so I reached out to one of the clerks who's been around a while, because I wasn't sure where this money was coming from. I went to the treasurer's office, got a report to show how that money was being receipted. Somewhere I have that report. And so it looks like that. So I was getting $181. So it looks like it changes with the states by fiscal year. So in last year, I think okay, so it changed in July to 155. Prior to that, I was getting 181. And the prior fiscal year, it was 171. So I reduced that amount because I'm not sure. So I know that this first 6 months is going to be 155. And then when they change their fiscal year, I don't know what the next half is going to be. So I just put in 2,000. So I dropped it from the 25 that I had put in there. And when I did my research, that was what I found. And this money goes back to the Becca bill. That's what they think. It's nobody really knows how come we get this money. But one of the longtime clerks that I reached out to said that when she talked to one of her juvenile directors, that it had something to do with the Becca bill and the vulnerable youth that we now see in our courts through at-risk youth and children in need of services, truancy cases. And so that's why we get the money, but nobody knows how it's figured, what the criteria is. And I went back and looked at the monthly reports as far back as, they're on the computer, and 2006 is there and we were getting that money. So it's been around for a while, fluctuates based on whatever the criteria is. Yeah, whatever that criteria is.
But you had referenced the last 2 or 3 years that it's declining.
Well, not necessarily. It was 171, and then it went up to 180 some, and now 181. You're looking.
Well, I just,
Yeah.
because I was.
Okay.
Yeah. So it
I
actually.
just heard 170 and then, 150 and.
Yeah.
So the
Well, if I
trend
could have
is-
found those reports that I.
No, it's fine. It's.
Oh, it's right here. Yeah. So it dropped from 181.86 to 155 that I'm currently. So prior to the 181, it was 170.18. So it's fluctuating.
Up and down.
Yeah, so I don't really know. So I just put a round number in there. The next one, that state entitlement money is LFO grant funding that we get, and that is whether the legislature approves it or not, and it's been approved currently through the year 2022. And so I'll receive $2,150 this year, $1,753 next year. And so beyond that, those are the only grant funding things that kind of have a schedule that they follow. The rest of the revenues that we receive are based on filings, based on what happens in the court. Our revenues have continually gone down over the last several years because of we no longer assess costs for getting the costs that such as jail reimbursement, court appointed attorney fees. There used to be drug court
money assessed. So we no longer get those funds. All that's assessed against the defendant anymore is $500 crime victim penalty and $100 DNA test, and that's a one-time slot. Those revenues, the 500 goes to the prosecuting attorney's office, and the $100 I think is split amongst a couple of different line items. So there used to be a $200 criminal filing fee that got assessed on every criminal case. That only gets assessed if the defendant is not found indigent, and that's very rare. Most everybody is on some kind of state assistance. So the revenues are declining. And last year, I know I had increased restitution, and I gave that a lot of thought because you asked me, Mr. Sauter, how come my restitution was up? And what happened was we had been working with the prosecuting attorney's office on sending out summonses for unpaid restitution, and those people were coming in for restitution hearings before the judge. And so the amount of money that was coming in had been increased because we had been on a schedule and we had been consistently getting letters out to folks. And when there were we'd turn it over to the prosecutor if there was restitution money that was owed. They'd send out a summons, we'd bring them in. And if they didn't appear, then a warrant would get issued. If they did appear, then they get back on a schedule. And so with COVID, that went away. And so, we were still seeing the residuals of restitution money coming in. And I didn't run the numbers on restitution this year because there was a case from 2009 where the defendant paid off probably about $20,000 in restitution and interest. That just happened in July, I think it was. So it would have skewed the numbers. So I didn't run them for the amount that we have. So, and I think the collections process is a very valuable process, because I've had defendants say, oh yeah, I pay my fines at Klickitat County because they'll issue a warrant and I don't want to have a warrant issued. So, I know that the warrants are not necessarily the way that, things are moving forward, but I think there are other options. And now that we have staff, my staff is, since I've had such a turnover of staff, it's been difficult to put any extra processes in place. So I'd like to get back to a process, but getting that off the ground is looking like will happen early next year to get that rolling again.
Are you, and this is, it has budget implications, so I guess it's for, or if I'm off base, I'll get the look
From me. Did you give me the last one?
No, I was looking more in the back, but, so the Blake decision, and have you seen any folks come in looking to like file a claim or?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's not what I was hoping you were gonna say.
Well, we had a phone call today, why haven't I got my check?
Yeah.
And so it's like the process hasn't been established yet, and so just,
They're probably not being too nice when they're calling either, so.
no, and there's so many complications with that.
Yeah.
How's that look?
I mean, that's something that'll be something we're gonna have to deal with as far as how are we gonna do that, how we set it up, how we process that.
Right.
I was on a call yesterday because it's, at this point, I mean, there is, the state is not, I have an opinion where it's, those are obligations of the state, and the state needs to reimburse
Yes.
us
Right.
if we're doing that. But at this point, we are the best we're, is that it's going to be a 50% split, which I don't understand. But anyway,
That's from yesterday. Interesting.
yeah. So
50% split with the state. Oh, nice.
they will,
Another unfunded mandate.
yeah, that it's like, that's nice, because in the current biennium, the number, which is wildly inadequate, but did discover that the number that they funded in the biennium was basically half of the estimate that was inadequate to begin with. And that, I mean, it's exactly half because they're like, well, we'll pay half, the counties pay half. And it's like, no, this is a state responsibility. Why are we paying for this? So.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. But I was kind of curious if it had gotten at the local, because I was on a statewide call, and so
Well,
that's
and-
disappointing, not unsurprising, I will say. But
You know,
I was hopeful that no, not here in Klickitat County. This won't touch us.
No, people are asking.
Stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of the other fees that filing fees for civil dissolutions, those are mandated by RCWs, so they're not, they are what they are. And of course, people can waive, they can fill out a motion and affidavit to waive the filing fee. And that happens often. So, there's it's just hard to generate a lot of revenue because we have so many roadblocks. Passport fees, I keep thinking those are gonna go up, but they're supposed to have the enhanced driver's license requirement or a passport. And I think they extended that out to March of 2023 was what I heard last. So I figured that that's gonna be the biggest decider, that will have a lot of people try to get passports based on that mandate at the airports. And I don't know if it's in here, but I had a good chunk of public defender fees come in too, and that was based on that case with the high restitution amount, because he had a public defender and part of the fees, he paid off everything he owed. And it was from a 2009 vehicular homicide case, and he paid off everything, so. And there are those old cases out there where you do get, money trickles in. Any questions about the revenues?
Expenditures.
So for the salaries and wages, so I have been carrying myself plus 3 full-time positions and a part-time. And last year, I reduced one of the full-time positions to part-time when I had one of the employees moved to another department. So, and that position is still currently part-time. When I had another employee move to another department, I did increase that from 24 hours a week to 32. So that's where that part-time position is currently sitting. When I did my initial budget, I dropped the part-time position. And then in my memo, I indicated that that position would most likely move to full-time in 2022. And of course, so, keeping, I don't want to lose any positions on my org chart, so I left that there. So as I indicated, it's just impossible for me to reach that 3% that was requested. Because I had a lot of vacant positions last year.
Yeah, it's an especially heavy burden on a small department if you had a vacant position, because the figure that you were having to work from was the actual.
Right.
So that was That was not lost, but it also, there was reason behind that.
Well, and, and it's still there, I mean, I gave back, it was almost $100,000 as I indicated, and there will probably be, maybe close to that this year. I don't know what I didn't really, check to see, because now, my positions have changed. I now have the chief deputy position filled. So, and that one had been vacant, as I indicated, for 8 months. So, I know that I'm gonna come in several $1,000s underneath what I had budgeted. And the one position that was vacated the end of April, so there was 2 months there where it was myself, a full-time, and then the part-time position. So there's been still gaps in the budget this year in salaries and wages. It's really nice to have being fully staffed, really nice. And I have great employees.
Questions for,
I don't have any questions on the personnel budget and all that. I have more questions about the on-base document management, how much that is increasing your efficiency within the department. You're talking about, going in with multiple other counties. What does that do for you in terms of the ability for you to manage the workload?
So OnBase is already a system that we are using and have been since I started in 2013, and they were using the system called Liberty, and it's to manage the documents. And then in 2018, we switched from Liberty, which was more a DOS-based system, to the OnBase system. And that was in October of 2018. And at that time, adding this consultant to that I'm requesting is, so Nardos was the person who did the conversion from Liberty to OnBase. And one of the other clerks, the Pend Oreille County clerk, and we've all used Nardos to transfer from Liberty to OnBase, and she is very qualified in OnBase, and the system is very technical behind the scenes, and it takes a lot of IT staff time. The system is used by the jail has access to it. Prosecuting attorney's office, juvenile office, all have access to the documents that we scan for the case files that they can have access to. So just in, trying to manage the OnBase system, it's highly technical. I used to be able to add the users and get people signed up in Liberty. When we went to OnBase, it's now IT has to do all of that access. And Jeff and I have talked quite a bit about this and the amount of time that it takes for his IT staff when there is staff turnover in any of the offices that are using the system. It takes time to get them set up. And then there's the things that happen. And Jeff, I don't know if you have anything that you'd like to say about Nardos's qualifications, the amount of time that it takes.
I'd just say that Nardos was the one that originally set up ours as well as other implementations of OnBase. She knows our system very well, so when we go to support, it could take several hours to get something accomplished where she can come in and do it half the time because she built it from the ground up. And she'd also be a big asset in any further development for new procedures for the clerks.
She's very knowledgeable. Part of having an OnBase certified tech, there's certification process that happens. And so I called and talked with Tammy Omby, the clerk at Honduras County, who's gonna host the position. And she is, so Chelan County can't pay for the number of licenses that they started with, but they're still still wanting to utilize Nardos. So the figure that I had quoted, so I missed you, is a little bit higher because of that. And not much, I think. You guys. So she would be a valuable asset as a consultant or interlocal agreement, whatever the correct term is for that, for a minimal cost. And as I indicated, you know, these figures are based on, you know, if the county's listed there, stay in the game.
How many people do you usually add? So we have 21 licenses. How many do we usually have to manage, add, subtract in a year?
So not all of those licenses are actually, there's different statuses of licenses. And so what did we count? I mean, how many, I don't know how many users, you know, there's users in every office, and I don't keep track of them anymore because I don't have to, because.
But you used to do it.
I used to, yeah. And back when we had Liberty, we only had, I think, 6. And if so, and then there was 2 outside licenses for view only. And if there was more than 2 users and somebody else tried to jump on, they couldn't get on. So it was, people would get kicked out. And so OnBase has been way more user friendly when it comes to allowing users access to the documents.
Who, just for who's using the service? I mean, give me an idea of the users in the courthouse.
I'll let Dave
Just
talk.
have like a list personally, but
Dave could talk to how his office uses it.
Okay, so that there's the PA's office uses it.
And
Obviously, the
juvenile,
clerk's office.
juvenile, yeah, and
Juvenile.
juvenile department uses it as well. Jail has the ability to look up documents and if need be. There's two of the jail has 2 licenses, and all the users, everybody in juvenile department is set up, and I believe everybody in the prosecuting attorney's office is set up besides, oh, and Superior Court, and the judges use it as well, because that's how they prep for their cases is.
that's a list.
Pardon?
So you're
That's a list.
creating the list. right?
Yeah.
So, but still what we need this person is to import whenever we hire someone new or fire someone to change over. That's primarily what we need this person for, or is it updates, or what's this 11,000 they're gonna get us?
Mhm. So the last, I wish so there was an issue that came up, I think it was on Nikki's OnBase, and she was not able to do something, and Joe, who's been assigned to our department, was not able to correct the problem. So he had to connect with the ImageSoft IT people, and it was at least 2 to 3 hours with the ImageSoft person on the phone. And I can't give you the details because I'm really kind of left out of it because I'm not, you know, it's, I'm not involved. When there's a problem, I get a hold of IT, and then I turn it over to the person who's having problems. And I know that Joe had spent at least an hour trying to identify what the problem was before he got ImageSoft involved. And that happens on a regular basis. It's not just always setting up users. It's, can you think of?
I guess that would be my question for IT is how many man hours or woman hours for that matter are spent on this in whatever calendar week, calendar month, calendar year?
I mean, I would have to guess. I don't have firm numbers on that. I mean, typically what we do in situations like this, where it's not like a infrastructure related service, is we go to support. So in the case of issues like this, where Joe had to go to support, OnBase is a development platform, so they know the system, but they don't know how our system is configured, or I should say, ImageSoft doesn't know how our system is configured, and that's why it took so long in this case. And there are other cases like that that come up, but there will also be development of the system in the future, which would we would aid in having Nardos on board for.
And I had a software update that cost us $5,000 to do the software update. And part of that was the professional services side, where it took an IT person from, at that time I was using Konica Minolta for my ImageSoft, for my OnBase provider. And because of the service we were getting with Konica Minolta, we switched to ImageSoft. And so the maintenance fees that I pay with ImageSoft. So I thought with Konica that the software update fees was calculated in, because that's usually typically the way the maintenance fees work. Had no idea I was going to get hit with $5,000 last year to update my software. And then so I switched over to ImageSoft, and so now my software update fees are in there. There's, those service fees. I mean, I think that, with Nardos, there will be not as much time that's going to be needed by the ImageSoft people.
So by hiring this person for this $11,000, how many man hours do you think we're gonna save, and how much are we gonna save on our IT side?
I don't have those figures for you. I know that this is the question I've always wondered, if when Joe is working on a on-base issue, which I wouldn't necessarily think in your world is probably critical. I mean, is there other issues that are higher priority that his time is being taken away from to work on base?
Well, not high priority, but I mean, there are issues that he could be working on for sure.
So it seems to me, I'm not a technical person as far as on this, but it seems like it's more like we're not going to save any money. This is actually an additional, because we're obviously, we're going to spend if we do this, $12,000 for better support of the on-base system, so that any benefits will be increased productivity as far as in the user, so the system's working better. So it's not the 2 or 3 hours while you're waiting, you can't get anything else done while you're doing it. But we're not going to save any dollars, I don't believe, because we're not going to take $12,000 out of IT's budget because, oh, well, that just freed up Joe from having to go work on that. That's not.
It isn't. That is
no,
not
that's
the way
not.
this
I
is.
was just trying to get numbers to make a cost benefit analysis.
Yeah, as far as
How many hours are we wasting over here, where if we spend 11 grand, we're gonna free up so many hours and sell me the car? And not that I don't like the idea, I just haven't been sold the car yet.
One of the other projects that we're working on is e-filing. And I had brought this to the board back. Do you have any more questions about on-base?
No, but you're on a
No.
topic I like that.
And so this was when the American, whatever its title is, the one-time funding, I had brought to you the need to establish an e-filing system. And the one that I've been looking at is called True Filing, which is a part of ImageSoft, which is the same company we are utilizing to have on-base. So that being said, I think Nardos who has the ability to, I think she could help us establish the true filing system and have a cost savings there as well, because she understands it. And e-filing is just going to happen. As I indicated, I'm on the Court Recovery Task Force Committee, and the Supreme Court is, and I'm on the subcommittee, the Technology Committee, and the Supreme Court was asking us to find out the benefits to e-service, e-filing, electronic signatures, and was 4 or 5 other things. And I was assigned to the e-signatures, but just knowing that the e-filing, because they're asking all these questions, and it was in the legislature last year to mandate e-filing to the courts, but it was taken off of the table, is not going to be taken off the table the next time. And so we're going to be mandated to have it. I was talking to Steve Dale, the gentleman who I've been talking to about the e-filing. And this is another one of those things where if counties, currently there are 4 counties, including myself, looking at this. Benton and Chelan County have already agreed to what the cost to start e-filing through what's called true filing. And Douglas they haven't had, the decision hasn't been made yet. And then Walla Walla is the other one. Skamania County is also looking at it. And with that system, we would be able to accept e-filings in most, in civil dissolution or domestic cases. So there's certain case types that you'd be able to accept e-file documents and charge a fee. So I talked to him a little bit about that. And so I want to get together with the other clerks, should this be allowed, and so that we can have an established fee rate where we're all charging the same thing, which $5 per filing is this kind of the standard rate in the state of Washington. There is some conversation about a case initiation fee of $15. That today was the first time I had heard about that. So to get the program established, it's $35,000. And then there's a $7,500 maximum or maintenance fee every year. So I requested $50,000, which would be the startup fee to get it going, plus 2 years of maintenance. And then I would start charging the filing fee. I'm sorry, I'm getting really choked up here with this mask, but so there would be an offset of costs on the maintenance fee. And what that looks like, I don't know for sure. Whether we'll make up the full 7,500 or we'll make up half of it. I don't know how that looks.
How many filings do we usually get in a year?
I don't have those numbers with me, but I could get them to you.
And that would help us figure out what the cost is.
Well, it's gonna depend on, so the criminal filings would be out of the picture, the civil filings, and not everybody's gonna use the system. The local attorneys probably wouldn't want to do that. So it's not going to be every case because it's not.
It'd be good to know a range so we have an expectation. I mean,
Could you get, if you could just talk to some of your other clerks where they have implemented this, how many folks, about shifted over to the e-filing versus the traditional filing? I'm gonna stop us now.
Oh,
We have a break
the
coming.
schedule.
I'm gonna stay on the schedule. And then, unless there's, burning
no,
questions.
Information that way, good, so that we can look at this.
Okay.
So,
Okay, this, I had Dave Cannell come in just because he thinks that e-filing is just going to happen. So he's here. If he's got any comments quickly to make.
Support going.
There you go. There you have it.
and confirm the on point, the document system, your folks in your office.
Yeah, we use that.
On
Is
base,
there-
what did I say?
I guess I would ask one
Is
question.
that a bank?
If you're
Credit
gonna
union. It's a
if you're
credit
gonna have a fee for the e-filing. We don't know if the fee is actually gonna cover the yearly maintenance costs,
I do not know that.
or if we could
So-
set the fee to cover. them.
So that's kind of why I was hoping that, maybe through the CARES funding, a $50,000, set amount, and then we would have an idea of how that is looking a couple years into it.
Right, well, especially if they're gonna mandate it.
Mhm.
If they just mandate it, you're gonna have to do it whether you wanna do it or not. They don't care if it's yet another.
Are they
"Oh, here,
mandating
do
to
this.
have e-filing, or are they mandating everyone uses e-filing?
Well, I don't-
Or are they gonna give the lawyers a choice?
Do we know what, legislators
Whatever.
are gonna do? We don't.
I was curious what they put through last time or tried to put through.
Well, they were trying to put that through mandatory.
That
That it was
everybody, no matter
available,
what,
but
has
not
to
that
use.
everything had to be filed by e-file.
That's probably where we're going to end up. The federal system's been that way for 24.
Oh,
yeah.
then you won't even have an option, it will be.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's the way to go, because the documents get filed, and then if they come in and you don't need some clerk to scan them and put them in your computer.
Well, we still, we're not a paperless court, so we will have to print the documents and put them in the file.
Okay, well, I'm gonna break this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk.
All right, so you want numbers on? the
Yeah, just
file?
if you don't kill yourself, but I'd be just curious.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Fran.
Okay, we're gonna take a 9-minute break. That's a good skill. Yeah.
Maybe we need a red light.
A light.
That flashes when we're on.
Yeah.
And then it turns off when we're off.
No, I'm waiting for Heather to do,
To do what?
I'm waiting. She's gonna count us down. Larry, come on up. You're okay. No, not gonna happen.
That's all right. Next year she'll get this.
Oh. All right.
So are we here on the adult budget at this point?
That's
Whatever one you want, adult.
What was that comment?
Sorry, what?
You said next year she'll have to.
Well, no, well, yes, actually, because I'll be retiring next year if everything goes well and I live long enough. All those good things. I'm hoping that this will step in and replace me. So we're talking to the judge, I've been training her for years.
Hey, I would suggest she sits next to you to get warmed up.
She go.
She ran out of the room the minute you said that.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I tell you what, she's so good. If I croak tonight, she could pick up and take over and nobody would miss a beat.
I haven't met you. Who are you?
Courtney Cook.
Courtney Cook. I've heard your name many a time.
Yeah.
Good to meet you.
Hi.
I say, not that I can recognize eyes.
I've been around for 15 years.
I thought you didn't even know who it was.
Yeah.
Not my face.
Good catch.
I've heard.
All right, Larry, anytime you want to rescue us.
Okay,
And,
yeah. So,
Let's start with adult probation.
yes, let's do that. So there was no mention of a department memo in the documentation that I got, or at least I didn't see any, but I put one, I threw one together anyway, mostly copy and paste from last year. There's very little that changed, but I do want to point out on page 2 of the department memo, last paragraph, it talks about me basically saving the county $100,000 a year. For the last, I've done that now for 5 years, going on 6, and it says that the statistics were provided by the former Oak River director.
Good old autocorrect. It was HR director. And I have my computer to intercept HR and put the river, and I read this thing several times and missed it. So, yeah. So
Okay. You're not
should-
using Grammarly, are
I was
you?
gonna say, use the grammar.
no, I'm not. This is just in Microsoft Word. It's KC is Klickitat County. Lots of little minor things. Do you want to go over the wages and benefits form? It was pretty simple, just plug the numbers in and it did all of the math for us. So if my health holds out and all those good things, and I'm still here for another year, that's $12,000. I'm paid $1,000 a month stipend to run the adult probation department. So in year 2023, that number will change because we'll no longer have one person running both departments. At least that's what we planned. We originally planned for 5 years. It's now been 5. I can go another year. And then it was originally planned that we would split the departments back up the way they used to be. Quite frankly, I don't know anybody stupid enough to take on both departments at the same time. My hours are typically 12 to 16 a day, 7 days a week. And I hope you won't find anybody else that would be dumb enough to take a position like that. I can do it because I have no life. My dog. And I enjoy what I do. I love probation work because I love to see the successes that we have. So just to warn you that next year that number will probably change. It should. I noticed that the printout that I have that was sent to me by Jim, it accurately reflects the proposed budget that I submitted. All of the numbers are pretty much the same. I did everything I could. Let me say, I've been a department head for 30 years. I've done 29 of these budgets. 2 years ago, I missed out because I was in the hospital. And I had Courtney filled out the adult probation one, and Debbie Stover in the juvenile department did the juvenile one. But I've done this for a long time. And gosh, I squeezed every penny I could possibly squeeze. I don't know where I could get any more unless we cut wages and benefits. And that would mean laying off people. And I surely hope we don't do that because adult probation is already maxed out. We couldn't do more with less people. I've gone through each and every line item, looking at what we could reduce, and I've reduced most of them. So according to this, it looks like over the parts that I have control over, we reduced it by about 31%. I didn't know that much, but the bottom line is not the 3% that you requested. I talked to the judges about it, and they said this is what we can do. So I don't know if you have any questions on any of the numbers, what we do with those line items, why the numbers are what they are. Do you want me to go down line by line, or?
So are these realistic? Can you really drop from 5,000 down to 4,000?
Yes. Yeah. I sat down with my staff on all of this, and we went through it line by line, and I asked the same question: is this realistic? Can we really do this? And they felt we could with the numbers presented.
My next question is the probation professional services MJ. What's that stand for?
So,
There's 2 different ones.
oh, the marijuana dollars? Okay, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see that we spent about 6,500 last year. I don't know where we're going to end up this year. Probably about the same. Those are dollars that come from the state for the marijuana tax. So at least last I heard, the county received about $20,000 a year from the state for marijuana taxes. And the first couple of years, we used about 10,000 of it to do drug testing. That's all it's used for, is drug testing. And we've been able to whittle it down to the proposed numbers. Just, I think that's what we can do. But again, those are monies provided for by the state.
People that are currently on probation, you're using these dollars that are coming out to do continual testing.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what,
So if those dollars are coming in from the state, how come I'm not seeing it in the revenue side of it?
that's an interesting question. I've never have been able to figure out where those monies come from. I've asked about it. I asked about it a couple of years ago. And when Glenn was around, so how do I balance this on the revenue side of things? And I never got a clear answer. So I'm not sure how it shows up in what budget. I just know that that's what we were allowed. And so we've continued to use that money.
Jen, do you know?
I have no idea.
Which line item are you talking about?
Marijuana.
It's an expenditure line item.
Other services and charges, second line.
Probation, professional services.
And you said it's marijuana sales tax or marijuana tax?
All I know is it's called, what we were told was it was marijuana dollars. And it was generated from the sale of marijuana that the state kicks back.
There's a special, and then they kick it down, but it should be showing up on the revenue line.
If we're actually.
Where is that getting?
I guess my question
So the
is.
marijuana excise tax goes to 1,336,064,100.
For those of us that don't speak
I'm looking.
bars.
I'm
probably-
We gotta find out what bucket.
Okay.
I'm looking.
I'm glad I like this. That's 1,336,064,100.
Okay.
Oh, 1
Thank
0
you.
0.
Oh,
Oh, of
shit,
course,
that way.
everybody.
Could that be non-departmental?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
so wherever it is, it needs to go. Where, yeah,
I'll look.
And what else we use those dollars for? What we
yes,
use
and
it-
make sure that's an allowable expense and all those good things.
Then look in non-departmental. Look in non-departmental.
So yeah, I don't have any idea where the rest of that money goes. I've heard rumors that, oh, we got some marijuana dollars. And my first thought was, well, wait a minute, we got marijuana dollars too. So which part are you talking about? So if we can find out how we can attribute that to our revenue side of things, I would love that.
And so you're managing 300-400 people in this program, right?
Yeah, and the adult side, yes.
And you're doing it with 2 case managers, correct?
Yes. Well, so I need to say that the supervising adults is very different than supervising juveniles. We can probably supervise 20 or 30 adults for every juvenile that is supervised. The juvenile side of things is much more labor intensive. There's a lot more collateral contacts going on. Typically across the state, a juvenile probation counselor will have about 20 on their caseload. And when they get more than that, they start screaming and hollering. On the adult side, we're probably about where other jurisdictions are doing for per case manager, PO, whatever we want to call that position. We're probably about where just about everybody else is. It's we supervise hundreds of people to whatever the juvenile department does. We just have a method. We've been able to get a method down, and we get our people. We spend time with them, but we get them in and out. So like today, oh goodness, what do we have? About 10 people coming in just today?
Between 10 to 12,
Mhm.
if they all show up.
And so all the adults are required to come to you, correct?
Correct. Yes,
And do all the juveniles have to come to you as well, or do you go out to the juveniles?
we do both. For the juveniles, we do both a lot. For the adults, we do both for some of them. So some of them require a little more hand holding. Some of them require us to go to their house and bang on their door.
Which is why I was asking about the travel expenses dropping.
Right. So we try to do that when we're going back and forth between White Salmon. So we go down there at least once a week for court. We have to be in court down there. So most home visits, things like that are done on that trip. So we're not adding a lot of mileage to what we're doing on the adult side.
Are you done for now? Okay. So on the adult, are we supervising, where do your clients come from as far as which courts, and are we providing services from, that are generated out of the cities?
Yes.
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 That's what I thought, and I assume the revenue line under professional services, are those the contracts that we have with the city?
We have no contracts with any of the cities to provide probation services. There was talk about having contracts many years ago. And the first words out of the prosecutor's mouth was, we won't assign anybody to probation then. So those folks would go unsupervised. So
Prosecutors from the cities?
correct. And so we've taken them on and mixed them in with the rest of our people. So I don't know what.
How
the
much of
number-
a person, I mean, I
Yeah,
guess when I'm looking, that the times are changing and we are looking for ways for our city partners to partner, to be full partners. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Anytime, just push the
So
button.
I'm just curious if you have an idea of how many come out of that system versus.
How many of them are city clients versus?
Yeah,
county
as far as,
clients?
I mean, is it
I don't know off the top of my head.
I mean,
Not much. I know Benton and White Salmon, they don't often give a lot of probation as a condition. Unless there's specialty cases like deferred prosecutions.
So deferred prosecution is basically a DUI. There's 5 years of jurisdiction on that case, and a deferred prosecution watches them for the first 2 years. Probation watches them, make sure they get through treatment. And at the end of those 2 years, they're placed on what's called bench probation, where we don't have hardly any contact with them, but we do run a criminal history check on them.
How hard would it be, not today, but in the near future, to look up, find and present us with the numbers of how many of those are out of the city limit jurisdiction?
Oh, I could have those numbers next week if you want.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, that's not.
I think that'd be helpful for us.
That will make a wonderful conversation.
And is the juvenile side the same?
Yeah, but they're all held out of Superior Court, so that's a whole different ballgame. So in the juvenile department, we handle kids that are from Klickitat County, and we occasionally end up having kids that are transferred here from other jurisdictions. So we've got 1 or 2 of those that are committed a crime in some other jurisdiction. They live here with mom and dad. So the state rules and laws say that we have to supervise them if they're living in our jurisdiction. So we've got very few of those. We don't have very many of them, but they're just part of the mix. But similarly, on the adult side, if a guy that lives in Seattle comes here and gets a DUI, he gets to come back and visit us on a regular basis because he committed the offense here. He may not live here, but he committed the offense here. So it makes it a little bit.
Can't be supervised up there.
I used to a little bit. So I've been on several commissions and things from Olympia and Seattle with administrative officer courts. And they paid all my expenses, like everything. So at any time I spent time up there, I made sure I spent that same time in the county. So the county was never out any time or money for those adventures that I was on. But I would routinely stop and visit folks up there. And it was fun because they really did not expect to see my face banging on their door in Olympia or Seattle.
With a urine jar.
Exactly. Well, and let me look in your fridge and let me look in the favorite place to hide booze is above the stove. That little cabinet above the stove. I found more booze up there than
Let
anywhere.
me write that down.
Yeah.
Note to self.
But yeah, so when we do home visits, that's what we do. We look for any booze that's hanging around if they're not allowed to have booze, things like that. So yes, we do handle some out of county cases on both jurisdictions.
Yeah, well, if you could get us, like I said, the stuff from this adult, from the cities.
Sure.
That would be
Yeah.
useful.
You said all the juveniles handled Superior?
Right, so that they're just citizens, yeah.
Yeah.
So the juvenile, they're, yeah,
Well,
those don't come out of the city system,
Right.
so.
They're a part of the Superior Court.
Right.
So
So
my
hard
direct
for us
boss
to have
is-
that conversation with the cities, is what I'm trying to.
Yeah, they don't have, each county has a juvenile department that takes care of their county regardless of cities.
About $5,000 a quarter. I just read it. I had it pulled up too.
The only thing I had a question on was under supplies, if you have it in front of you. Probation, off and off supplies.
Yes.
You dropped it from 5 to 4, but your last year's actual and this one isn't. What is in that supplies? Are we talking cell phones? Are we talking office pens?
I'm not sure I know exactly where you're talking.
Middle of the page.
Yeah. Oh, up there, yeah.
What is office supplies for that bar? Is that
Sure. Files, cases of paper.
It's not cell phones and internet service?
No. Cell phones are under communications. We don't pay anything for internet services or anything like that.
So that's mainly what you would think with office supplies, pens,
Yes.
papers, notebooks, letterhead.
Correct. Quite frankly, I generally buy my own. Just, I don't know why, I just do. I mean, all of this, I purchase out of my own pocket, which I don't mind doing.
So the only thing that I highlighted in it.
Generally 3,100 is consumable.
Okay.
You'll learn your bars sooner. or later.
Yeah, you will. I was gonna say, I actually meant
Heather speaks.
holler up there and have them give me a breakdown
What kind of bar are
of
you?
miscellaneous and, you know,
Well,
that stuff, but I just never got around to it.
okay, you didn't look at the sheet we gave you. No, I'm asking, have you had a chance to look at it?
It's in my file over there.
No, I didn't mean that
Did you direct which
derogatorily. I'm
one?
asking if you'd like another copy, I guess.
More than likely.
Okay.
I'll give you mine when I'm done.
Oh,
there you go.
I guess that came out a little differently than I was intending. it
Hey.
to.
If everybody's gonna pick on me today,
I did.
I'll just sit here and tell everybody, anybody that wants anything, yes.
Wow.
Okay, that's the J.
And then I'll let you guys
No,
know the
no.
budget at the end.
We'll get you another copy then.
Okay.
Larry, thank you for doing what you can to reduce your budget and your expenses where you can.
Thank you.
I was, like I said, a little concerned about the travel because I knew you guys go out there and,
Yeah,
you know, you can say you're not going to, but when you have to, you're still gonna get in the vehicle and drive, but
exactly.
if
So-
you spend $1,000 in fuel a year, how many vehicles do you need?
We have the one vehicle.
We got the one.
We have the one vehicle, we use that,
Adults got one, juveniles got 2.
correct. So that's used most often.
That's the one thing I didn't look at. What's repairs and maintenance on your vehicle? Does it show? I don't think it was a big deal. So I don't.
It shouldn't be.
Yeah, it was $288 running total so far. So yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're pretty gentle on our rigs and we get them maintained when they need to, so they last a long time and we don't typically have any huge charges.
So can we go back? It's a relatively small item, but I just want to really understand. So you have the expenditure side for the marijuana testing.
Correct.
I'm assuming that's professional services, MJ
Yes.
4101. 4101. How are we not, because we do have the marijuana enforcement, those excise taxes come into non-departmental. And we have stuff going out of, but how are we getting them from there to here? Because it doesn't show up as a revenue line on your budget, so I'm.
No. I know, I asked that several years ago and, you know,
Normally, as in the case of a cumulative reserve, it would be budgeted in yours, but it'd be a transfer out and you would call or email and request it. And then we do a JV and move it.
But I'm not seeing the transfers, because that's what I thought.
There is no transfers.
So,
Because it's all general fund.
We haven't, I mean, just as the treasurer, we've never moved the money from the non-departmental done it. We've never done.
So
it.
essentially, they're just spending county dollars and.
Right.
we're
It's all
using
in
the
fund.
marijuana dollars, and
Department
county
goes
dollars
in the
somewhere
general
else.
fund.
right, so it's just
not
in
tied
there.
into
Oh, that's
there.
true.
Yeah.
So it's in the same bucket of. the
Yeah, that's
general
true.
fund.
So I guess we don't actually need to
No,
for that.
yeah, as long as we know what it is,
Magically.
see, the super question would be in the bars code when it's labeled, marijuana code is labeled 410, it should be labeled 420. That joke?
Yep, that's a bad joke.
Sorry. I'm trying to lighten the mood a little bit.
I get it, I'm the only pure one.
Yeah,
If
for
you would
for
like
those
us-
of you on Zoom, it's Dan C.
Trying to lighten.
Not
the mood.
BOCC, Dan C.
We have implemented a new program this year.
Oh, yes, I forgot to talk about that. And that's actually pretty critical. So we now have what's called DVMRT. And MRT stands for moral recognition, not recognition, but recognition therapy. And so this is self-sustaining. People pay to go through the program. They've set up all of the bars numbers that need to be associated with this. But so far, we've only been doing it for what, 2 or 3 months?
Since July 1st.
Okay, and so it's been very successful. People have come through the program and it's been very successful. It's a different way of, it's in between anger management and domestic violence treatment. So domestic violence treatment actually requires 2 years of treatment and a lot of intensive stuff. An anger management class can be pretty quick and easy, and the judges have quit assigning that because it generally teaches the offender how to be a better offender, how to get away with assaulting their wife and not get caught. So they quit doing that program, thankfully. This program, Ms. Cook has came up with it, got the training for it. And as far as I can see, it's wildly successful. People are coming through it, and it's a program that's very similar to drug and alcohol treatment. People are part of a group and they help each other out and they work with it. Ms. Cook is a facilitator to make it happen. Steve Crow is also a facilitator, so we've got some backup going there. But we suspect that to grow. But like I said, it's self-sustaining. The people have to pay to go through it. They pay $125 to go through the program. It costs us $25 for
I'm
the.
assuming it's court ordered.
It can be.
Just voluntary coming off the street here.
Yes, they can.
Judges telling them they're gonna pay it.
It's both.
So we do have 2 people in our program right now that have voluntarily signed up for it. One person had reached out to us for resources. I let him know about, hey, we do this program. And so he just voluntarily did it. He is going through court, but it's still pending. It hasn't been ordered, but he's doing it voluntarily. Another person heard about it and said, hey, I understand. I realize I have some anger issues. I need to address them. And he's voluntarily in that program.
How many people total are in the program?
Currently 6. I have another one coming in 2 weeks. I have the potential another person that's court ordered, but he's going to be 200 days out because he's in custody in Oregon. So, yeah. So it is
You're
still.
managing this?
I am, yes.
And is it once a week or what is?
Right now it's once a week. And it's really,
Your schedule.
we're doing it by Zoom. Very.
He's thinking about throwing something at me.
Nope. Just wanted
I'm
to.
just trying to see if he gets the anger.
I see the triggering events. So we're doing it by Zoom, and it's been a really easy program for us to implement because all it does is really carve out an hour a week out of my time, really, because I'm not having to do anything but just be there, be a host and facilitate, and then like ask certain questions, and then that's about it. Because they're doing all the homework and the internal work at home, and then they're having to come to the group with their assignments and present it, and then the peer, everybody in the group that have passed that module determines if that person passes that and moves on to the next phase, the next week. So, yeah.
That could be a triggering event.
It can be, but when you're dealing with people who are very manipulative and have that power and control, it's easier to not argue with somebody who is just like you versus an authoritarian person. Like if I were to say you didn't pass that, there's going to be a lot more of the butting of the heads. But when they're common, when they're looking at somebody that's just like them, what's the saying? You can't BS a BSer. So it just works better that way and set up that way. It's pretty
And it's
amazing.
all via Zoom.
It is at this
And
point.
it's
We
successful.
we have done some in person, but it's very limited because most of our current people are on the west end.
Interesting.
So they can't come to Golden Dale because of work or whatnot. So
Huh.
yeah, the drive is really difficult. So we kind of had hybrid it.
Causes anger issues. That's what you just said.
That's what you took from that.
That is, because I'm shocked that there's more over there than there is over here. I'm
It's
absolutely shocked.
cyclical and it goes in waves. I've been doing this business for 40 years and there's times when white salmon people will outnumber Goldendale people and then times when Goldendale people will outnumber white salmon people. It's strange. I've watched it happen for 40 years and it goes just like this. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, that's a surprise to me.
Yeah, there's been years where I was going to white salmon twice a week because I couldn't see my white salmon people in one day a week. I'd have to go down twice a week.
Okay, any other questions about adult probation before we move on? No, okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Courtney.
Thank you.
Switch out.
So let me change masks since I'm now working.
Oh, I was like, where are you going, Larry?
Now we know you.
That's a badge,
At least
I'm
now we see
assuming?
where the 3% cuts coming.
Yeah.
Right.
Hopefully we can.
Now we know
cut
what's
that out
found
of
under
the-
miscellaneous office expenses.
There we go. Yeah. Yeah, no, I like to be identified when I'm out there banging on doors. I just assume people know who I am and it saves in bullet wounds and things like that. So. And yes, I've had a gun to my head. I know what that feels like. Now, are we changing? We're changing into juvenile, correct?
We're changing into juvenile.
So one thing that I want to talk about is that the budget printout is off by one line and therefore makes all the numbers wackos. So Ms. Stover and I have been scratching our heads trying to figure out what on earth, we didn't ask for that amount. Why are we losing all the funding in that category? And I can show that the perfect example is on, well, I have page 17. I'm assuming we have some of the same numbers. So if we go down almost to the bottom of that first set of numbers, the second from the bottom has our detention money, which is $70,000, but it's supposed to be in the category below it. And so that messes up all of the numbers above that. So what I would like to propose is that we get that straightened out before you and us and we all hash this out, because we could be here for a long time going, what number are you talking about?
So everything's just off one line.
Basically.
Oh, that's how you do that. I just,
In your binder, there is also his handwritten.
Yes.
Right behind the memo and the
that's all I did.
And I can tell you where it went off, because on the very top of what he sent in, this is actually a bars number on the very, very top of the sheet.
Yeah, it just got, I think it was a very easy mistake to make, but anyway.
You don't have what, this document?
No, I don't have his handwritten.
Oh.
I only care about the bottom of it. Is it on the revenues and the expenses? Is it correct on the bottom?
Yes, I believe the numbers eventually all add up.
So your proposal for next year revenues is still 181,438.
Yes, the revenue side is fine.
And your expenses for next year is still 921,180.
Yes. I'm saying that hesitantly because like I said, the numbers are off just a little bit and there's a couple of blank spots that
shouldn't be blank.
Shouldn't be blank. So I'm just thinking that if we can redo those numbers and come back to them so that we're all looking at the same document, the same numbers, in the same places. Because Debbie and I are pretty intimate with this budget and we butted heads on several parts of it because it was, where are you? What's this? Where's that?
Mr. Chair, there is time and other dates.
All right, well, I mean, if the direct, yeah, that's fine.
That's fine
Yeah,
too.
we can.
That makes you more comfortable. It makes me more comfortable.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I'll get with you to find a time that there's days and times.
Okay, yeah. So
You said.
Yeah.
we can get
I
out
noticed
early,
there was
that's
some openings on the
okay.
7th.
Anytime after 2 o'clock
Yeah.
on the 7th.
That's the only day we don't have court, so that would be
Good, 2 o'clock, they
fantastic.
can move it.
That's
Fine.
perfect.
Larry,
Perfect.
how many juveniles are you currently managing?
off the top of my head, I'm thinking about 20 to 25
Total.
of juvenile offenders. Yeah. So there's also some numbers that I'm not really aware of, and those are kids that are in what we call the Becca program, which is legislation that was passed to help kids that are what we would normally refer to in the oldest days were street kids. Didn't have homes, didn't have families. So we have services for those kids. And it comes out of money that comes to us from the state for the Becca. And so it's Aries, which is remind me what Aries is.
Oh, Aries. Oh, man.
I've just remembered that when it starts with the A, it means it's from the adult side. So it's at-risk youth, I'm sorry. So at-risk youth, the parent or an adult comes to us and says, hey, we got a problem with this kid. We need some help. Then we have the other side where the kid or chins, the
Children in need of service.
there we go. So then we have the opposite of that, where kids might come into us and go, I can't stand living at home. My mom beats me, whatever. So we have services for those kids too. I have a probation counselor that deals just with those kids along with the truancies. And so I don't have those numbers for you right now, but I can get them.
That would be great.
They change daily.
Right, but if we had a rolling average over the last year on how many kids are in each of these programs, I'm looking for the Aries or whatever on the revenue side, and I'm not.
Oh,
figuring out which one that.
these are all grants. So you're looking at which one?
The one you was just speaking about, the Aries, you said you get a grant, that comes in for that, and so I'm guessing that's under.
That's probably under 3340464. It would be at-risk violence.
Yeah.
DEC for
Yeah,
Becca.
it's Becca. That's all of our Becca cases.
Got it.
Becca is the name of a young girl who was street kid and brutally murdered up in Spokane many years ago. So they passed legislation and basically in her honor.
And so you have one counselor that deals with just that?
Correct.
Okay.
And he's doing an amazing job. I've been very impressed. He started this year and hit the ground running and has just been doing really well. Tim Curran used to work in the jail.
Oh.
So we stole him from the jail.
And how many kids are in that program, do you think?
That's the one I don't know off the top of my head. Do you know? I don't.
He's dealing with probably over 30 right now.
That surprises me. I didn't think we had that many kids in that program. So
It's
That's a
because
lot.
legislation changed this last year and now we do referrals versus we don't have to have case filings. So anytime he gets contacted from the school, it's a new referral. And now that school's back in, he's been contacted daily.
And then the other counselors, you were mentioning this before, but I didn't take notes. What do that counselor does that stuff? Another counselor does.
does diversions, which are young people that are diverted from court. They typically are committed minor crimes, minor possession, shoplifting, something like that. She handles all of those kids. And on top of that, does a lot of our statistic work. She is Candy Wing. So Candy's been at that job for a long time. I had that job when I first moved here, and I think Sam Counts took over after I left, did tech services, and then they've shuffled around. Candy's now doing that position, but she also does a lot of our statistical work and a lot of research for us. We're right now trying to figure out how we can get rid of a bunch of paper files. The state allows us to shred and destroy certain records, and I want to get them out of our office.
About how many kids does she have?
Well, that can really vary. So it can vary by time of year. When we have events, so around the middle of the year, around 4th of July, community days, she'll have more kids because they've been caught drinking. They have parties, things like that, into the school year, senior parties, things like that. So she can typically have 10, 15 kids at any one given time, but they come in and they generally meet with her once or twice, and they do some stuff, and then they're able to be set free. So that's what we want. We want as least contact as possible with those young minor offenders.
And then what do the other two do?
The other two handle all the felony cases that come out of Superior Court. So they handle, right now, we've got a couple of significant sex offenses going on. These are all felony offenses, the burglaries, assaults, assault 2, assault 3, which are very serious. And we've got a group of kids in town, specifically Goldendale, that just are off the rails all the time. They will soon be probably part of my adult clientele, but for now, they're driving us nuts. They gang up with each other and they all decide to go burglarize a house, or they go beat up on some kid, or it's the gamut. They'll steal a car, all kinds of crazy things. And it's kids that are causing us a lot of grief.
How many?
So it's
Probably 6.
Yeah, 6 right now, maybe as much as 10 at any time, and most of them were responsible for our $92,000 budget with Norcor last year.
And is that in Norfolk, is that your IG professional services?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's the one
That's $70,000 detention, I think. Is what,
So the previous year was $100,000 we had budgeted. The Board of Commissioners wanted us to come up with a way to budget neutral a transfer for one of the people in juvenile department to come over to the adult probation department. We were able to do that partly through the reduction of detention budget. So we're very careful. The law is very clear about who we have to put in detention and who we cannot. There's a little bit of wiggle room, but not much. And so we're very careful about who we put in detention, knowing that it costs, for one thing. It's also a bit of a burden. When they go to court, we got to go down to Norfolk and pick them up and bring them back, which is, by the way, a deal that we worked with the sheriff's office. When I first came on board about 5 years ago, the sheriff's office used to do all that transporting. They got with us and said, it's just not working for us. Will you guys do it? So we've mostly been using their vehicles to go to Norcor, pick these kids up, bring them back from court, take them back down there, which is still far more cost effective than having a detention center here in Klickitat County. You couldn't get by with a detention center for less than $1 million, and we're paying 70,000. So that's clearly a win for the county as far as budget wise. We looked at it actually when I was a juvenile officer many years ago. We looked at having a detention center here in Goldendale, and there was just no way we could make the numbers work to make it worthwhile. And even back then, I guess that's been 20 years ago, it was over $1 million to have a facility here. And because you have to have staff 24/7, you have to have at least a male and female on staff. All the other detention centers have 3 people at any given time, all 24 hours.
Any idea, off the top of your head, how many cases of volunteers you have?
Oh, cross volunteers, I just did the numbers this morning. We have 32.
32. She's on the ball.
She is. She's amazing.
You have 32 volunteers?
Yes, it's the most we've ever had. But okay, hold on. That includes Skamania County. Sorry, we do Skamania too. And well, and there's 6 in
I will
media.
accept it.
So do the math, subtract 6.
So 32, you're gonna make me do math? I might
Yep.
fail that.
Sorry.
You gonna enroll in my anger management class now? So it's Skamania County pays for that, by the way.
It's really impressive.
They pay
For
out,
their portion of the.
yes,
Yes.
for their portion, for the time and resources that
Well,
we
they
spend.
should.
It actually comes out.
Yeah.
I think we're a little
I
ahead on.
very much keep track of those numbers. I'm not giving anything.
For
to
the,
them.
for the CASA, when you come back, can you break, the different programs, because you got your CASA program, you got your other juvenile programs. Break it down so we know exactly how much grant dollars are coming into each one of those.
I already have it. It's on here.
We do have the grant.
It's
dollar
actually
program.
on here for each program.
Yeah, I thought.
Those typically stay relatively stable. There is talk right now, of maybe changing that a little bit. I really wanted to avoid the COVID issue, but the state has mandated certain positions be vaccinated and COVID ready, or you don't get any money. So we're dealing with that.
When's the last time, I'm just gonna throw this out there, that anybody looked through to make sure we're catching any available and all grants? Or you, I mean, that's happened, you're on the ball, you're good with it.
Oh, yeah.
So if you look on here, because I work with the auditor's office, because I want all my numbers to come out. I'm kind of tricky like that. So if you look at either the revenue or the expense side, anyone that says OCVA,
Sure.
all of those are 100% funded. So the revenue dollars is gonna match every bar's numbers that I have for that. Because if that grant ever goes away, so does that position and all that money. So anything that says OCVA, that's 100% funded. County doesn't come up with any money for that at all, for that position or those expenses.
So did I hear correctly? Are you asking if we're out there looking for
No,
grants?
I guess I would say, have you talked to other probation officers around the county? Check your grants versus their grants, make sure we're not missing any state funding, and the state is essentially strapping us on the hook here for about 700 grand.
We are. I meet with them constantly. We've, of course, COVID has caused us to virtual meet, but we meet constantly. We email. I get more email than I would ever want from the juvenile court administrators across the state. And we're always talking about this grant, that grant, what's available, what the state is paying. How do we measure out? And when I go to these meetings, anytime I go to Olympia, I'm standing on a soapbox saying, we are in the other Washington on the east side of the mountains. We are rural. We have very few people here. The city of Goldendale has less population than one of the high schools I attended. So I know that we have very limited resources. They wanted to know how many clean and sober houses we have. Where do you send your people for that? We don't have it. There is not one in Klickitat County. So we think of other things, but we're constantly looking for revenue. And we constantly compare ourselves.
I
to make
figured you
sure.
were, I just, that asked that question.
No, absolutely.
I got an email yesterday about possibly applying for another grant if we add another program. So we're actually looking into that. But every one of our positions, except the 2 general POs and my position, and of course Larry's, has some portion of grant funding to sustain that position.
Which 2 are general fund or general, what do you say, general something?
We had just our 2 probation counselors are regular probation counselors.
Oh, the felony case one?
Yeah, myself and Larry's position are the only ones out of the 8 people in our office that are not some sort of grant funded.
Then you said the 2 felonies were grant funded?
Are not.
They're
So the Becca position, the 2
The
legal
diversion
positions, diversion, they're all some sort of grant funding for those positions.
And you can bring back what percentage that is of grant funding
Sure.
for those positions.
Sure. For CASA and diversion, it's half, 50%.
Yeah, I'm learning so much today.
And Becca is almost, I'll have to bring him back that one because I'm not quite sure what 10 minutes.
And then the other one,
The other one, the VOCA is 100% grant funded. So if that money goes away, she goes away.
Okay, why don't we close out for today then? And we'll reschedule. We're out of cookies, so. or- We're actually not.
I do have one more
Yeah.
thing really quick, because
Sure.
I know Dan was wondering about this. Because he wanted to know about the Norcore cost a few weeks ago. Because we actually paid Norcore a contract of $60,225. I brought every copy of the contract agreement, and I was wrong. Has been the same price since 2017. I thought it was 19. So they have not changed their prices since 17.
It was just, I was kind of using that because on our budget form, it just says budget blank. I want to add, is this already in our current budget? Is this something you're asking for above the current budget? Give me how much of it's grant breakdown and how much of it's copay, you might say. And that was kind of the leading into my discussion with them to get us to put more information on that form for you guys to fill out so that I can have the right information when I make a decision.
That sounds great. Appreciate that. And you should know that stuff.
And that's, once we get it done, and then if somebody turns something in and that information's not there, I'm just not gonna vote on it. We can send it back, get the information, bring it back. So that way I know I'm not funding something that I didn't know I was funding. But good enough, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. And we'll be back on October 7th.
You want this? I copied it out of the guide. I just brought it for reference. Okay, perfect. I was willing to give it up.
Well, I don't care if he wants it, but I did email it to him.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Thank you.
Oh, Larry, that'd be bad.
What did I do? Oh, I dropped I found it floating in the dog water.
All right.
What?
Comes off. by
Is it
itself.
dog water?
It probably still works better to get in the doors than mine does.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Larry.
thank you, guys.
Have a great day.
We will adjourn.
So moved. Do I have a second?
Yeah.
Have a motion, a second to adjourn the meeting. We'll see folks next week. All in favor, say aye.
All right.
Aye, motion passes. We are adjourned.